right, I think I'm live. If you can hear me, and if I sound all right, hit that number 1 if you don't mind. Kyle, Izzy, Brian, Bruce, Rob. Okay, good. Get some other things in place. Labradabber, good morning. Not sure how long this one's going to go. Just on the personal side of things, had been a rough morning. A little quiet. Test one. I don't know, maybe I'm too far away. Is this any better? Does it sound better now? Or is it still a little quiet? Sounds good. All right. Let's get that over there. Can anybody else confirm? Is it quiet or does it sound good enough? Test 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I turned it up on my end. Well, yeah, so maybe that was just the issue the whole time. Gotcha. All right, well, we are fully operational, it looks like. It sounds like. And, yeah, it's been, okay, well, we're right at the, all right, this looks like a tradable thing right here. Let me, okay, in. Out for a quick little $60 scalp on that one. Very good. Nothing fancy there. That was just noticing that on the 5-minute we reached all the way down and touched that pink line. Let me bring over the... Reached all the way down to touch that pink line, which is the 200 period at simple moving average. But there is, you know, in my mind, there's quite a bit of downward pressure that showed up. That's why I did not want to overstay my welcome. So I wanted to just take a little scalpy scalp from it. So that's what I did. And that was, like I said, a nice little $60 move on that one. So nothing huge, but I'll take it. NQ had a wild move last night around, I saw that last night. One of those things where some people probably are very pleased or not so pleased with that sort of movement. Because that definitely was not a modest move. But also, hopefully those people, if they were caught off guard or if they had stepped away from their computer, because during that time, yeah, I don't know, maybe you run to the bathroom real quick, you know, or if they just flat out got stubborn. Hopefully that was all occurring within the context of a prop firm account. Because, yeah, that movement there, if you get stubborn or you walk away or whatever, I guess I can show it real quick. Yeah, so this is the move that I was talking about. Happened at 9:38 p.m. Now, if you're long, I mean, you're out shopping for your Malibu mansion if you're long. But anybody that was short, like I said, got stubborn, but boom. But Clay, it came back down. Yeah, it did come back down, but this movement here would have roasted your account before the price came back down. So that is a move that we were discussing there. It had to do with NVIDIA and China news. Exactly, MLigs, which I do not recognize your name, so welcome. Hey, as a reminder, if you've been here before and you know you're going to enjoy, make sure you hit that like button. If you've never been here before, it's great to have you. No need to hit the like button because I totally understand you have no idea if you're going to like this. But if you have been here before, friendly reminder, hit that like button. It does make a difference as far as the live stream is concerned. So... all right, well, I don't know, that might have been a record for the quickest trade on a live stream. I mean, I made that trade within the opening, what was it, like maybe 3 minutes or so? Travis, good morning. And the crowns are back. I see. All right, we learned about the crowns yesterday, a new feature. Let's hop over here to the MNQ now. This is getting a little sketchy. I may be interested in trying another trade here if it wants to come back up here, but we'll see. The crowns are indeed back. And we learned that you can get a crown the more you interact in the chat box, or in the chat, yeah, I guess the chat box. Stickers, super chats can get you moving up the crown list, I guess. Hey, good morning, Christopher. Shiny crown. Yes, Travis used to be he was our royalty yesterday for a while. All right. Let's see, 13. I want to see how this candle closes, and maybe I will try a long because I got a nice little stop below the lows there. But I want to see how this candle ultimately closes. So this is a 2-minute candle, meaning that it takes 2 minutes for this candle to stop moving around. Now, it's not going to be 2 minutes from now because it's already been moving around. But just in general, when anybody says a 2-minute time frame, they just mean that the candlestick right here takes 2 minutes to form. If somebody says they're using a 5-minute, then that would imply that this candle here, or the one that moving right here, is going to take 5 minutes to form. There we go. So 2 minutes has started. So maybe try a long here. We'll see how. I want to see it drop down and then come back up. And then depending on how far it drops down, will dictate if I do indeed want to actually get an entry point there. But that's what I'm thinking right now. Okay, I will take that. But I don't want it to drop down too much further, else my risk profile is going to change too much. 10. Oh yeah, that's kind of, whoops. Am I seeing that right? I am seeing that right. Okay, yeah. Yeah, we're starting to get some pretty wide ranges. I mean, when you look at it just from a chart perspective, this distance up to that distance. So, not actually a huge distance at all when you look at that space. But that's 20 points. Which you futures traders out there know it can add up very quickly. So, all right, let's... I'm liking this group. We're already up to 20 likes. Good stuff. Good stuff. All right. Well, right now, I am, I suppose, trying to catch a falling knife. Hey, Clay, how are you? Long time no see. Yeah, it's been a while. Last week I was on vacation. Yesterday was my first day back. But yeah, LMD, good to see you. I guess I am trying to somewhat catch a knife here. JJ, good morning. Hopefully everybody else's day is going well so far. Like I said, trading-wise for me today has gone very well. But still not quite sure how long the live stream will go. There's, on the personal side of things, not a good morning. So have some friends, and long story short, they're in a tough spot. It's just a sad situation. But, so we'll see how it goes. I honestly, I don't really feel like being here right now. But I said I'd be here, so here I am, and we'll see how it goes. But if anything, maybe this will kind of help clear the mind a little bit. Got 2 flip trades on my test account this morning. Very nice. Yeah, it's just it doesn't really, I mean, it just pertains to me in an indirect way. So it's not, my family's fine, everything like that. But just, yeah, I'll just put it this way. Some good friends of ours, things are not all hunky-dory on their end right now. Yeah, thanks, Jim. Yeah, thanks to their faith, though, they have a very good attitude about it. So, yes, they are a good example to me as somebody else, as a person of faith. Good encouragement, as weird as that sounds. They're the ones going through the hard time, but they're the ones also being a good example to me. Well, there's a bounce back up and bringing over the 5-minute. Right off of, so the back test there broke down through the 200 period, came back up the back test, and it's seemingly going. So it certainly went enough for a scalp, but is it going to come back down and give more continuation? That remains to be seen. Yesterday was my first day watching. Really like learning without all the crazy over analyzing. You were actually got Chat GPT's second recommendation for learning futures trading. Second, that's asinine. That's crazy. No, that's cool. Well, I appreciate it. I'm glad you found it educational. And yeah, I'm glad. I appreciate what you said about without the crazy over analyzing. I hear you. Again, I'm not saying people that have very complicated systems, I'm not saying they're wrong at all. But in my mind, there does seem to be kind of that fine line where, is this actually how you trade, or are you just trying to sound very smart on a live stream? Again, to be fair to them, I don't know their motivations. Maybe I'm too cynical, but sometimes it's like, does it really need to be that hard? Do you really need to use those sorts of terms? Do you really need to do this, that, and the other, or can you just kind of? But it is what it is. I don't. And again, to be fair to them, I don't know their motivations. I don't know anything like that. So. I might try a short here. Seemingly have a stop at this yellow line here, which I had drawn in there beforehand. So if it wants, problem is if it pushes up too far and then comes back down, my risk profile just starts to get shifted around a bit too much. I put a limit short 137.50. Yeah, let's give it a try here. I got plenty of leeway on this account, so all right, in. We'll let it. We'll see if we can get it rolling back over. First target will be down there. So I mean, the risk reward makes sense. It's not like this is some sort of bizarre thing, but very simple premise. I feel as though I am going with the trend. The trend seems to be, well, not seems to be, it is going down. We have a little bounce within it. So essentially a bear flag. It's just really a question of, does the bear flag want to roll back over? If it doesn't, well then, this will be a losing trade. And that's how the cookie crumbles sometimes. But if this does want to get continuation with the trend and keep on coming down, well then I'll be happy with this decision. But even if this doesn't work out, that's fine. I like this setup. Like I said, going with the trend. I didn't chase it down, waited for it to show me a little bit of strength. And now just simply seeing if this bear flag does want to bear flag. Right? Again, just to reiterate, we had the bounce up in a downwards move. So there is the bear flag, drawn in a very bootleg way. So just simply a question, does this bear flag, got a nice candle right there. Hey, Kevin, good morning. Hey, there's Marquise from yesterday. Good to see you. No crown, though, Marquise. No crown. I don't know how I feel about that. Chill. Relax. Again, I am short. Entry point is a blue line. Stop loss is up here, this green line. My first target is down there at that green line. So now we're just waiting to see if this wants to roll back over. Where's my... That's a good question, JJ. So I guess we got our answer. It resets every live stream. Jim, right now, Apple Trader is the king. Oh, he just went... How did Marquise just go to number 1? See, now that doesn't make any sense. Marquise just showed up. So I think the crown system has some flaws in it. That doesn't make any sense. Yeah, I guess you are the GOAT. I don't know, or else you're some sort of hacker or something. But yeah, that doesn't make sense in my mind. Guy just showed up and now he's already got the number 1 crown and he didn't even donate. Now that would make sense if he dropped a super chat or something. But yeah, I don't know. I think we got some glitches. Come on, will you roll over? I don't think I'm being too unreasonable. I'm just asking for a 300-point crash. Not looking so good right now, though, but we'll see. I am contemplating maybe adding more if it wants to come back down, but we'll have to see if it wants to come down or not. But yes, this area right, where'd my cursor go? That's kind of scary when you lose your cursor. Like, where'd your cursor? Yeah, about 111, 23,111 seems to be kind of the golden goose area, where if that level can be broken to the downside, maybe that's where the bears finally show up. But you know what? I got wiggle room on the day. I'll add in another 2 more if it does want to come down here. So I'll add to the winner at that red line right there, which would bring me up to 5. But again, I want to see it come down. So I'll add 2 more, which technically would be adding to a winner because the red line is below the blue line. The blue line is my entry. For those of you that are maybe not familiar with my platform, that's what all these different colored lines are representing. But right now, it seems like maybe it's going to want to stop me out. We'll see, though. Is Austin with 9 NQ right now? Is that true? Or are you just... Are you here, Austin? And if you're here, Austin, can you confirm or deny that you have 9 NQs right now? I'm about to get stopped. What a dirty rat. And I'm out. All right, well, that one did not quite work out. I like that. I would take that again. When I got in and it was looking like that, hey, in my mind, that seems like a very plausible scenario where this thing was getting ready to, not necessarily crash, but at least retest those lows. And even if it bounced from there, that would have still been fine. But nope, it decided to keep on cruising upwards. No, you did 9 earlier. Yeah, it does like doing V's. That's what a stop loss is for. It also likes to just roll over and continue with the trend. Like at one point, that was looking like it could have been a V because that was a green candle, big green candle, but down it went. But hopefully I'll survive. Hopefully I'll survive. Remind me, Austin, are you on a pro account right now, or did you just... Somebody passed, and they were shocked that they passed. Was that you or Dale, or is that somebody else? Somebody passed the test today, but they thought they still had one more day. But I don't remember who that was. Hey, we are doing great with likes. Can we get 11 more likes? That would be amazing to get up to 50 likes here before even the 20-minute mark. So if you are enjoying and you're here and you have not yet hit that like button, please do so. It helps out. It makes a difference. No, I'll have one tomorrow. Okay. Was that you, though? Did you pass and you thought you still had one more day? Boom. All right. Yeah, this is going to be a good live stream. I can tell we got a good crowd here. All right. See, okay, now Austin is number 1. How did Austin go to number 1? Maybe it's the rate at which somebody talks. Can I use this prop firm in the EU? What country are you in, Elvin? During the test, are you just in a simulation? Yeah, it's just simulation during the test. Even during the first pro account, you're still just in a simulator, but the money you do make will be paid to you. I'm close to a 5th fail. Sweden. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that this prop... I'll double check real quick. So you do not want to see your country on this list. If your country's on this list, then you cannot use the prop firm that I'm using. I see no Sweden. So you are good to go. Elvin, you are good to go. There is no Sweden. Here's the yeses. So you're good to go, and hopefully you choose to use code CLAY. All right. Still just bouncing. I mean, this is essentially still just... I should note the mouse shows up today. If you were here yesterday, then you know that my mouse is dying. So, like, okay, figures. But anyways, sometimes the mouse, you can tell when it just dies out because it'll just, like, skip. But, so there's the bear flag that I suppose is still in effect. Ooh, look at this trend line here. The trend line that I've had in place for a long time now, it's basically matching up with that purple line there, the 50 period moving average. which in my mind brings up a very valid question. Is this going to be some sort of double whammy of resistance? I don't know. Do you get short there with a stop up above the 200 period? What would that be? 54 up to, all right, so you're at basically about a 15-point stop. Yeah, it'll be delivered today, but it'll be, I guess, delivered after. I think I got sidetracked. But yes, my mouse it's been freaking out over the past few weeks. But I reached my breaking point yesterday, so I bought it early yesterday morning, and it'll be here. I guess the USPS is delivering it, so I think our mail is usually here around like 1 o'clock. So I guess I could make the switch in the middle of the stream, assuming we're still going at that point, but we'll see. All right, and now we have the 5-minute right here, pushing above VWAP, approaching the 21 EMA. 21 EMA has proven to be an area of resistance, so yeah, it should probably be good. Man, a mouse in the process of dying is sure getting. USPS does not have a good reputation. No? I don't. Well, I was going to say, we seem to always get our mail, but I guess in theory, for all I know, we're only getting 10% of my mail. Because I guess if the other 90% is never showing up, I wouldn't know because I don't know people are sending us stuff. But yes, as far as I'm aware, we're getting the mail we're supposed to. Hey, look at that. 50 likes, 21 minutes in. I'm liking this crowd. This is a good crowd. All right. Still wondering. Yeah, not yet. We'll see if they show up or not. I don't know. Am I crazy? Yeah, yeah. For a moment, I was like, maybe I'd try to buy the breakout, but that seems a bit hazardous. Hey, Batman with cheese. Good morning. It's been a while since I've seen you. Good to have you. Good to have you back. Good to have you back, good sir. I don't know what to do. I do not know what to do right now. So, therefore, I'm going to deploy the most powerful order out there. The SOH. Sit on hands. What a crowd. Yeah. I might have to. But yeah. All right, this in a weird way makes me feel better because, as I was saying, I was thinking about maybe getting short up around there. So had it hit there and then done this red candle, I'd be pretty, I want to be on tilt watch, but I'd be a little irritated. But the fact that it never even hit my entry point before doing this, okay, it is what it is. So even if I had an order out there, I wouldn't have been filled. Finish your night shift. That a boy. Multiple streams of income. Let's go. Sly Lou. Go short, buddy. If you go short, Sly Lou, then I'll join you. But I need to know your trade plan. Wait, Sly Lou. Now my memory's coming back. You refuse to give a trade plan ahead of time, if I remember you right. That's the hardest order to execute. The sit on hands, I think that's what I agree. And as a reminder, just as FYI that I've learned to help you be a better participant in live streams, avoid, like Bassi said, that's the hardest part. Avoid words like that's, this, it, any broad term. Because now I do understand from your point of view, you just heard me say something, so you're responding to what I just said. But there is a delay. So when you hear me saying something, in my world, I said that like 3-4 seconds ago. And I keep talking. So, and I talk about all sorts of stuff. So when you say, oh, it is good, well, I don't really remember, what is it in regards to? Because I probably have said 15 things since you heard me say that. So the more specific in your comments, to not just myself, but any live streamer, the better. Because there is a delay. So I realize that as I am saying this, by the time you hear it, in my world, that was like 3 seconds ago. And I kind of have, my lips kind of, so I can say quite a bit in 3 seconds. Slylu, did you go short? What is your short plan? Slylu, don't leave me hanging. You tell me to go short. I said, I'll go short, but I need to know where. Tell me the trade plan. What's the plan? And Slylu, just like that. Go short. I ask for details, and into the mist they disappear, never to be heard from again. Yes, discipline is hard, but there are many different things. Now the 5 minute, I mean, if you were to tell me based on the 5 minute, hey Clay, I'm getting short, I don't blame you. I don't blame you. But it's still, it would still, if someone's going to tell me to go short, and I am agreeing, I'll go short, but you got to tell me the trade plan, and then it's crickets. That's a very scary thing. Sell off till London close. All right. So now what would you say is magical about the London close, Paul, that would apparently make the sell-off stop? What's your thoughts on that? Sell off until the London closes. Okay, yeah. So when the London market closes, what in your thesis right now is magical that is all of a sudden going to cause the sell-off to stop? Yes. The sad thing is, Kyle, some people may take that serious. I blew my account this morning by oh no. Well, good, Rob. I'm glad you at least learned some lessons. And when you say you blew your account, I hope that is a prop account that you're referring to, and not like your own money account where you just lost a few $1,000. Hopefully, it was just a couple hundred at most. Oh, Slylu. Oh, my sweet little Slylu. He told me to go short. I'm still waiting for his trade plan. Like when someone looked up job tick. Yeah, somebody probably did. I think you mean ticker. Jacquees. All right, there we go. I remember Jacquees from yesterday. Good example of giving a trade plan ahead of time. Looking for a 120 break to go short, but above VWAP, make a long, maybe long. Okay, so Jacquees is just kind of giving some general thoughts. No actual trade plan yet. Fair enough. Well, I would be short right now, but the person that told me to go short has gone quiet and is not telling me the trade plan. Broad trade plans such as go short scare me. I need a little bit more details. Well, it's kind of just putzing around right now. I mean, do you go long on the break, target up to that pink line there? I think that's a little too adventurous for my liking. Is anybody short right now? I guess is anybody long right now? Again, the question is anybody short right now or long right now? And please don't enter yes. That doesn't tell me anything. Yes, I'm short or yes, I'm long would be, again, feedback to help you be the best possible live stream interactor. Details matter. And this is the rough part because I just asked that, but now I have to remember, okay, you got to wait 3 seconds, then you got to wait another couple seconds for people to type. And then in my world, it's like, man, the question I'm finally getting an answer to, I asked 10 seconds ago. Angry Sushi is still holding short from 187. Oh, wow. Good job. I'm long right now from 134. All right. Ooh, look at that. Right off the trend line. Right off of that trend line. Short and underwater. Hey, good morning, Sam. Yeah, these are some big old stops here. Okay, I'm in there short. I've been short since 9, holding trailers. I don't really know what that means. I don't know what holding trailers means. I think I got a little FOMO on that one. Let's do this. I'll add in another 5 there, and then I can put a stop right up there unless it just flat out breaks that right now. Not looking good. Fingers on the trigger. There we go. So there's my stop. I am still looking to add another 5 right there, but looking like I'm about to get stopped out. And I am not quite stopped out. Man. Well, started off good with a opening trade as a win. Now two losing trades in a row. I went short, like Sly Lou told me, and I lost money. Sly Lou, I blame you, even though Sly Lou I think is gone. Yeah, it was a prop, as you say, nothing too much. Good, Rob. I'm very happy to hear that you learned lessons. Okay. This is nice. This is my pro account. Pro account meaning payments can be made. So basically the way it works is anything above 52,000 can be requested. So I'll probably request I'll just round up. I'll request a $500 payment. So I'm definitely not trading this account today at all because again it's in payout territory. And I don't want to risk anything with that one. So nothing huge, but hey, $500. I'll take a $500 payment. And that is not it. That's I've had other payments from that account too. So every time you take a payment, it'll drop back down to 52. So I'm just looking at these because I'm a little irritated right now, 2 in a row. But overall, it's a good day. Stay positive, Clay. You're having a good day. You're going to be walking away with $500 cold hard cash in your pocket. That's a lot of groceries, kind of. I think. Maybe a hot dog and a gallon of orange juice. Short at 150. And your stop loss is where, Noki? Went long at 149. Okay, I'm a little worried by some of these trade plans. I'm seeing lots of entry points, but I'm not seeing a whole lot of stop losses. I'm not saying they don't exist, but I'm just saying it makes me worried when I'm entry points without stop losses is can get a little sketchy. Again, I'm not saying there is any necessarily sketch. I made about $2,800 in a few seconds. I broke the 3K needed to pass the test. I made about $2,800 in a few seconds. I broke the 3K and needed to. Michael, you're on a. Well, if you made $2,800 in a single day, you broke the consistency rule. You're only allowed to make 50% of your target during the test phase. So if your profit target goal is $3,000, then during the test phase, you're only allowed to make $1,500 per day, or in a day, I should say. So yeah, if you made $2,800, you broke that rule. So I would encourage you to lose money and bring that right back down and get it as close to $1,500 as possible. And the best way to lose money is if you just come over here to like the NQ, just do like, at the beginning, you have a lot to lose. You have like $1,300 you have to lose. So at the beginning, I would just, change just like 5. And then I would just do buy market, sell market, buy market, sell market, buy market, sell, as fast as you can. Just let the commissions eat away at things. So that's what I would say. I would say go lose some money. But good job. Good job. And as clarification, maybe you're like, wait, what? You talk all this good stuff about prop firms, but then they limit the amount you can make only during the test phase. Because during the test phase, they're trying to prevent somebody from just YOLOing, getting lucky, and then saying, see, I passed. Because does that actually prove anything? No, it just essentially, now to be fair, maybe it does prove something that you recognize a great setup, but it also could be equally true that you just got lucky and YOLO'd. So that's why during the test phase, they only, if the profit target to pass, again, the test, let's just say is 3K, then take Profit Trader, again, the prop firm that I'm using to recommend. They have the 50% consistency rule, which means you're only allowed to make $1,500 per day. Now, once you pass and move into what's called the pro accounts, you can make as much as you want every single day. But during the test phase, that is how it's working. So that's what Michael was asking about. He made $2,800. So he's got to go and needs to lose $1,300 in order to bring himself back down to the 1.5K. If he doesn't, then they're just going to adjust his profit target up to pass the test, and that's just a hassle. Yeah, I had to manually lose. You had to lose 6. How do you go 6,000 over? Good grief. Yeah, Noki, I think you need to, like I said, the best way to lose money is just go to, depending, as you get closer and closer to 1,500, then obviously you'd want to switch over to the MNQ. But at the start, when you got to lose $1,300, just go to NQ and then just buy, sell, buy, sell, buy, sell, market it, and just let the commissions do the lifting. Hey, if you are enjoying, make sure you hit that like button. Let's try to get this up to 75 as our next milestone. That'd be a great spot to hit. So if you are enjoying, friendly reminder, hit that like button. But yeah, good job, Michael, on your big score. Save those ones though for the pro accounts. That's where, go ahead. Yeah, make $2,800 in a single trade. That'd be good stuff. Wow, it just doesn't care. Sly Lou, why did you tell me to go short, Sly Lou? Hey, thanks, Michael. And it did go well. Yep, did go well. Thank you. Well, 5 minute now is right at the purple line, 50 period moving average. So maybe a short there, but this is, at this point, is this turning into some slow and steady grind back upwards? The summer grind? Maybe. And my ego is a little hurt right now since I'm on a 2-trade losing streak. But overall, good day. Good day. If you are new to the live stream, whenever I look over here, I'm not, looking out the window or anything like that. I just have another monitor right there with other time frames on it. Yeah, okay. I am convinced that the crown system here, the YouTube engineers need to do some work on it. How Desert Rider is now number 1, I have no idea. Was last Friday I first was into 500 over and thought the market would go up, so shorted it. Yeah, Noki, yeah, you're making your life harder than it needs to be. Just do it the way I showed you how to do it. Let the commissions do the work. Yeah, it's messed up, yeah. Would you call that a bull flag from the bottom there? Yeah, this was a bull flag, not really. Yeah. Right here, did he have a bit of a pennant? Yeah, there's a bit of a pennant. Well, that's, in my mind, that's a hard pattern to trust when it's occurring within an overall downtrend. But yeah, to be fair, in this situation, the bull pennant did win out. But I like bull pennants in uptrends. Bull pennants in downtrends always sketches me out a bit. But that's also just my opinion. I'm just a simple man. But yeah, I really do think the crown system is a bit messed up. Because Desert Rider, what was his last comment? Yeah, his last comment was, I don't know where. Not anytime soon. Yeah, the last comment he made was discipline. And then he commented again, and he's all of a sudden at number 1. Where would you trade, Clay? I don't understand the question. Like where in terms of like what broker and platform? In that sense, I like Pam's plan. I like day trading futures through a prop firm, the prop firm of choice being Take Profit Trader, which is the link. But I'm not sure if that's what you mean. Where do you see the trade coming up? I don't see any trades right now. I'm just hanging out. Well, for anybody that was like, well, Clay, I think that's a good short. It's right at that 50 period moving average. For anybody that shorted that 50 period, well done to you. It got completely rejected right off that level. I mean, if I would short, I'd be short. Gershid, I get the impression this might help you out. So I'd encourage you. I am offering a free class this Thursday. Based on these questions, you seem to be very, very new, which is totally fine. Totally fine. We all start off being, how did I do that? Very new. So I'd encourage you to check out that class. Anybody else? Everybody's invited, of course, but just keep that on. Okay, we do have an update. So this is totally a work in progress because yesterday I could not click on the crown. But now when I click on the crown, I do see the top spots. So we have Desert Rider, we have Austin. Okay. Yep. Confirmed. This system is still very much broken right now. They are the YouTube engineers are working on it in real time. Because that's one thing I just noticed. Yesterday I could not, and it sounded like you guys could click on the crown. If I remember right, you guys were telling me that when you clicked on the crown, something would pop up. But that was not the case yesterday, but now today it is the case. So yes, that would make sense on how Desert Rider just went to number 1 out of nowhere. It is a work in progress. No, it's not because you're chatting more than others. In theory, that's how it's supposed to work, but it's not working that way. Or else, again, Desert Rider. So okay, this all makes sense. It is a work in progress. So to look for any sort of logic behind anything right now, good to know, is a fool's errand at this point. Yeah, congrats, Desert Rider. You are number 1. For now. Yes, exactly, Alan. What I'm saying is yesterday it worked for you as viewers, but it was not working for me as the host. I would click on that crown and nothing would happen. So that's one thing I've noticed they've since fixed. Now I need to go just I got to try to build up my confidence here a little bit. I'm a little shaken. All right, I'm in. With 1 long. Just 1 MNQ right now. I am kind of in confidence building mode because I'm on a little bit of a cold streak here. Trying to see if it wants to bounce off the VWAP here. Go. Go, baby, go. I wish I had more than 1 so I could scale out a little bit. Oh, you little rat. Did you go short? Nope, I went long. Must only be new people to the stream for that day. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. An interesting concept, but yes, clearly in the early phases we're technicalities need to be figured out. Again, I am long right now trying to get some confidence back. So I've since gone to just one MNQ. What's your VWAP setting? I don't know, just whatever the default is. I have changed nothing. So when you add in the VWAP on TraderVate, those are my settings because I didn't change anything settings-wise. Oh, come on. Are you really going to do that? Act like you want to be strong and then come right back down? When I started trading, how to know the difference in micro and minis? Because these ones, the micros, I think you can see this on my screen. Yeah. This one right here, see the M? There's an M in front of there. And then the other ones do not have an N. It's just, or an M. It's just an N. So like right here, you look at, see how there's no M? It's just NQ. Right here is MNQ. Here, just NQ. Here, MNQ. Hey, there we go. All right, there we go. Nice 10 points on that. There we go. Now my big complaint is, why did I only do one MNQ? Beautiful, beautiful textbook bounce off that VWAP. No, I don't blow on the candles. I've never heard of that. If it works for you, blow away. Mini is NQ, micro is MNQ. Correct. Correct. I like it. Fellow chatters helping other fellow chatters out. That's good teamwork there. What's the saying? Teamwork makes the dream work or something like that. My target price, target profit target is waiting at 072.50. All right. Well, we'll see if it can get up there or not. Might be interested in another bounce if it comes down to that VWAP again. See if we can get another bounce off that. I'm going to go ahead and get rid of that line. And, you know, I'm going to keep this yellow line here. I put this back into play way back at the start of the live stream. And it's actually coming to play quite a bit. So, yeah, this line needs, in my opinion, needs to stay down there. Karen, oh, morning from Hawaii. Aloha. Or, excuse me, Hawaii. I think that's how you say it. But, aloha. Hawaii is an island. So does that mean you're on the island of Hawaii, or are you just saying you're just from the general group of islands? 10 winning paper trading days in a row on laptop on Premium Trading View, 2,200 each day, and working with understanding slippage, giving it another year if needed, over a year in now. Gotcha. Cool, Matthew. Sounds like I think getting into prop firms sooner than later, because you're going to notice a big difference between paper trading and having some skin in the game. Even if just a small amount of skin in the game, there's a difference. And I think many here can attest to that. And that's why I think prop firms, you know, are very good. I mean, with the take profit deal right now, you could, you know, have $90 of skin in the game, which in the grand picture of it all, $90 is a drop in the bucket. So, but $90 is skin in the game. Therefore, you're going to notice you have new voices and stuff show up. So, again, I'm not saying that paper trading, strictly simulator trading, is totally worthless. That's not what I'm saying. But what I am saying, in some cases, it is worthless because at some point as a trader, you've got to learn how to deal with the voices. You've got to learn how to recognize them. And the only way you're ever going to get those voices is you got to put skin in the game. What is the difference between NQ and MNQ? Down here, the big difference is how fast these things add up, the P&L. So with the NQ, the P&L adds up or goes down very, very, very quickly. MNQ, the P&L adds up and goes down way slower compared to the NQ. So they're the same charts and all that sort of stuff. It's just the P&L. From a P&L standpoint, NQ P&L is going to move way more quickly. Now I'm wondering, is this maybe a long up around here? Okay, thank you. You are welcome. Good question. Yeah, good question. Important question. People that are brand new to futures and throw themselves in NQ, all I can say is, yeah, you're going to get plenty of movement. That's for sure. You are going to get a whole lot of movement. I don't know. Is this maybe a... So I'm thinking of going short here, meaning you should probably go long, because I am apparently I'm struggling this late morning to read the price action here. So like I said, if anything, if you want to make money, probably be thinking of going long here. $73. That's like another $100. All right, I'm going to try short at that red line if it wants to come down. It's pushing up a little bit higher than what? Gonna get in, Clay, with you, Clay, to short it. I told you, if you want to make money, you got to go long here. I think we're at the due opposite of Clay right now. If you want to make money, I would say you better get long, since I'm trying to get short. But looking like, all right, yep, never mind on that one. So, all right. See, I said you should have just went long. I'll be grateful that I did not get filled, because that would have been way worse had I gotten filled. And then it made that green candle. Although now that I cancel, are you going to, is the price about to crash? YM is good to short today. That's right. You like the YM. Now that you say that, that kind of reminds me of that. Yeah, well, I don't know a whole lot of YM traders. YM is basically the futures market for the Dow Jones. ES is essentially the futures market for the S&P 500, but I like the NQ, which is the futures market for the NASDAQ, because I think this one moves very, very quickly. That's not to say that, this is the right one or the only one or anything like that, but hey, I'd like to get this up to 75 likes at least for the time being. So do we have 3 likes out there? That'd be great. If you don't mind hitting that like button, bring us up to 75 likes would be appreciated. All right, well, we now officially, I want to get this mapped out, because this is looking like quite the spicy level here from a long side of things. I paper trade one cozy at home around 7 p.m. Right, Matthew. But what I'm saying is, again, I'm not trying to rain on your parade. I'm not trying to say that paper trading is worthless. I'm just trying to encourage you that don't put a whole lot of faith, a whole lot of confidence in your paper trading results, because as soon as you have skin in the game, I'm telling you, and others here can hopefully back me up. Again, it doesn't even have to be a lot of skin in the game, but as soon as you have skin in the game, it is crazy. The voices that show up, the mind games, all that sort of stuff. So that's just what I'm trying to say is, but it's difficult. It's hard. It's a complicated discussion, because in some ways, yeah, I get it. Paper trading has its place, but it seems like you may be in the category of maybe putting too much confidence, too much assurance in your paper trading results, which again, it's a gray area. But there is also something where people get way too confident because of their paper trading results. And man, I've been paper trading for a very long time. Look at all these results. And then they finally start to put skin in the game. And then they think, what just happened? How was I so good on paper for XYZ amount of time? And then all of a sudden, I have some skin in the game. And it's like everything goes down the toilet. Khurshid. Again, as I've said, and I'll probably have to say many more times, yes, there's somebody that's irritated with me that does bot attacks. So yes, there was a bot attack yesterday. There will probably be a bot attack today, and everybody will see likes jump up and viewers jump up. But right now, there is no bot attack. This is not new news here. I comment on it about 10 times every live stream. So I'm trying to just stay calm. Stay calm. It's something that I've learned I still got to work with on a live stream. How to not get frustrated by needing to repeat the same things over and over and over and over again. So yes, if anybody has any mental mind hacks on how I can overcome that very frustrating part of live streaming, I'm all ears. Marshall, the psychology of real money is nuts. Paper trading doesn't give one. Exactly, Marshall. Yeah. Appreciate the cover fire there. It's like playing poker for Tootsie Rolls versus playing... I've never played poker for real money, but I can see that being an adequate analogy. Paper trading should be for strategy test only. Yep, and that's even limited in that regard. But I do agree with that. Agree about learning fundamentals in paper trading, but the psychology of actual money changes everything. Yep. Oh, I know, and I understand people are in and out, so people don't hear everything. But the amount I say some stuff, it's like, how did you still not hear it, even though you're in and out? Again, I accept responsibility. It is a flaw that I am working through on my end. I'm trying to develop the live streamer patience. Maybe the only way to overcome it is just to not pay attention fully to the chat. Because I do try to read and respond to every message. So, but yeah. You were like, Clay, just do the opposite of this. Yeah, like I said, if people went long, they'd be doing just fine. Jocko, I paper traded for 2 years with options. One day I did $15,000. I then go in for real and consistently lost. And lost because of the voices. Glad to be using a prop firm now. Voices. Yeah, thank you for sharing that, Jocko. Exactly. Do you have a coaching channel or Telegram? The wise one said, did somebody approach you? Did I approach you on a social media site? Or are you just asking in general? What time periods do you use for NQ? I use many time frames. Many time frames. My favorite, my two primary ones are the 2-minute and the 5-minute. Okay, you're just asking. Because there are scammers that are me, and then they reach out to people, and they have programs, especially Telegram, which is what sparked the thought about the Telegram. But yes, I do have a coaching thing. Don't freak out. Oof. Oh, here he is trying to sell something. Somebody asked. I've not brought this up at all. Somebody asked. So for those of you that are offended by capitalism, I'm sorry. But they asked. So just calm down. Calm your sweet little heart. There you go, the wise one. Paper trading and real trading, money feel night and day on your mental. Yeah, exactly, G. Brooks. Agreed. Yeah, check it out. Let me know if you have any questions. Well, got the push to the yellow line. I guess it's going. Maybe I was being very unrealistic to think that a break would have created a bit more of a move upwards. Seemingly, I was a little over anxious or overconfident in that. Have a trade plan and trade the plan. Possibly the easiest thing to say and hardest thing to do in trading. I mean, there's 100% truth to it, as cliche as it is, but yeah, one of those things that's way easier. Well, I mean, that's everything in trading. Be disciplined. Don't have emotions. Follow your rules. Let winners win. Cut the loss, right? All that stuff is easy to say, but doing, that's a whole nother category. How would you play this one, Clay? Would you enter long now, or we didn't? I'm sitting here watching. I don't know how I would play this. Therefore, I'm not playing it. So I guess to answer your question, how would I play this as I'm playing it right now with an SOH order? Sit on hands. So that's how I would play it, because that's how I am currently playing it. I'm sitting on my hands. And this did not do a whole lot for confidence either. To see this thing have broken out and then completely fail, well, that's not very confidence-inducing that the price, or that the current price movement wants to give any continuation. So I hope that changes moving forward. So yes, how would I play it? And with an SOH order. Oh no, I'm a little tempted right now. I have some sweet little voices whispering to maybe think to go long. We'll see though. Because if this does come back up here, it'd be looking at a nice little hammer candle. But looking over in the 5 minute, I don't know. Might want the price to pull back a little bit more. Yeah, if you're thinking about getting long up around the 68 mark, I wouldn't call you crazy, because if you get filled at 68, then that implies you're looking at a hammer. So that wouldn't be too. I'll enter long at 163. All right, and again, I'm worried. I'm worried when people tell me their entry point, but don't include any sort of stop. Yes, exactly. Since I'm thinking go long, you should probably go short. Granted, my long order would never have been filled because my requirement was for the price to come up to where my crosshair is, and it never did that. Stop loss at 146. Okay. An interesting stop loss to put it right above VWAP, but hey, you know your system better than I would. I personally would not be putting a long-sided stop loss right above VWAP, but like I said, especially when VWAP has a history of providing support, why put a stop loss right above a bounce area? To me, that doesn't make a lot of sense, Noki, but to be fair to you, you know your strategy better than I do. So do what you got to do. And there's no shame, no harm in agreeing to disagree. But yeah, I would say I disagree with that stop loss placement, but you might have something that I'm not understanding. So it is what it is. Maybe their stop is a blown account. It could be. If your trade starts in the green, do you suggest putting your stop loss in the green? Well, I don't know. That just depends on what your thesis is. I mean, if your thesis is you think it can make a move in your direction, then I mean you don't want to get too aggressive with your stop, because then you're going to get stopped out, and then you're right and it goes in your direction. What settings do you use for VWAP? Just the default settings. When I added in VWAP to Tradovate, which is my platform here, whatever the settings were, that's what they are. How do you calculate where to put a stop loss? That's a very in-depth question, Will Cook. A very in-depth question. Because you got to put stop loss at logical areas. Well, what is a logical area? Well, then that's where you kind of got it. Now, nothing's complicated per se, but there are multiple parts. Each part is, I would argue, pretty straightforward, but there are multiple parts nonetheless. So yes, you've got to do a logical stop loss. And I realize that doesn't really answer your question. Well, okay, well, where's a logical stop loss? But that's where you start to take a bunch of parts and put them together so that you can start to answer these questions. Down 1,800 for the day. Bummer. Well, it happens. It happens, Sniper Kills. Don't go on tilt and make it worse, though. That's the best encouragement I can give you. I think it wants to go to yesterday's low. I'm in a trade at 23,142. And no tar, where's your stop loss at? This may be a dumb question, but what is the graph vertically to the right of your chart? This over here? Or are you talking about like the mountains over here? The mountains are the far right. The mountains, this is just a volume profile. What was your question? But what? Oh yeah, this is called a volume profile. Volume profile is what that is called. I just lost. If you remember earlier, I was saying, I might be interested if it wants to come back down to VWAP because I played that as a bounce off. It worked out well. And yeah, it just came. I guess to be fair, it never actually hit VWAP, which is that dotted yellow line. Got very close, but never quite hit it. So I suppose I would not have been filled anyways. Thought somebody was about to come in my office. I was wrong. It's bouncing now. Note there, the stop loss at 172. All right, we'll see if that works out for you or not. Five minutes looking pretty tasty though. Which chart platform is this? This is Tradovate. This is Tradovate through my prop firm. So if you want to use my exact setup, this would be my exact setup very quickly. Step one would be to go to the link at the top of the screen because that takes you to this site here. So you would pick the purchasing power that you want, 25K, 50K. And then after you select that, during the checkout process, they're going to ask you what platform do you want to use. And I'm using Tradovate right there. The key dynamic here is that you do not need to go to Tradovate and set up a whole separate account there. That's a nice thing. The prop firm itself creates the account for you. We'll send you the login information, and then you just log in with that information, and there you go. So you actually get to skip a very annoying step of needing to create a Tradovate account for yourself. So that is the exact setup I'm using. I'm using a prop firm, which is Take Profit Trader, and then through them, I'm using Tradovate. Love TPT. That's my firm too. Yeah, Marshall. They're I'm a big believer in them. They were recommending me way back when I got started, and I've been nothing but pleased with them. Especially once you get into the pro accounts, get the daily payments, all that sort of good stuff. I think there's a lot to love. They're not perfect. No prop firm is perfect, but I think they're very, very quality. Yeah, well, Marshall, if in the future, if you ever get more accounts or need to, pick up another account, hope you consider using code CLAY. That would be very much appreciated. Hey, Frank, good to see you. Hope, yeah, vacation was nice. It was nice. Huh, that's interesting. Well, thanks for trying, Noki. Okay, I'm going to delete that out just because, yeah, I just won't say anything, but I don't like that name being spoken in here, Noki, but I do appreciate, thanks for trying, Take Profit Trader. I assumed you also tried to use code CLAY, but it didn't work out, but yeah, that's weird. Never heard of that before. How are they not able to send the... What do you got some sort of... What are you, a drug dealer or something, Noki? You got like burner phones? I think Noki's a drug... You deal meth, don't you? Yeah, of course they couldn't send the number to your burner phone. Ooh, this is looking kind of tasty for maybe a short here. Oh, you're in Malaysia? Are they even open to people? Are they even open to Malaysia? Where's M's at? No? All right, I guess there's... All right, well, that makes more sense. I can see how they might have trouble sending something to Malaysia. Yeah. We're good. I'm glad you're still able to get in the prop firm game, though. That's good. There was the short. Kinda. I'd still need it to come down a little bit more. So I guess I can't say right now that that would have been a winning idea. No soup for you. You want breadsticks? $3. Gallon and Ho. Hello. Nope, I have no idea who you are. Have we talked before? Yes, I remember you because you're the guy that every live stream says, hey, remember me? Yes, I do. Right, what, you're like 16 or something? Is that, or 15 or 16 if my memory serves me right? You live over and you're not in America. You're not in America. I can't remember where you're at, though. You're not in America, though. I know that. This is look at the 5 minute. The 5 minute looks looking kind of tasty. Really like how it's respecting. That VWAP. I don't know. Might have to take a swing at it. We'll see. We'll see. We are 12 likes away from 100. Hey, if you are enjoying and you're entertained, you're finding value in any way, shape, or form, please hit that like button. See if we can make a run up to 100 here. Likes are how I gauge interest, and as long as I know people are interested, we'll keep the live stream going. We'll keep the party going. So likes creeping up is a good thing. It has a real impact on the stream itself. If this comes down and then comes back up, I'm gonna take a hack at it. You are not number one. I have no idea who number one is right now. I have not seen any crowns for a while now. But that system is so broken. Yeah, no, you're not at the top anymore. All right. I mean, it's trying to push itself up, but that is not the action I was looking for. Like I said, I wanted to see it come down and then go back up. But it decided to not cooperate. If you are long, just one thing to keep in mind, you have the 200 period moving average here as potential resistance, and then on the 5 minute, you've got the 50 period moving average. So not that the price can't make a push upwards, that's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying, the bulls, they're going to have to bring their A game. Another 50K Val pass. Nice job. Got to try and get my first payout now. Hopefully I get over the emotional trading struggles. Hey, good to see you, SM. Well, congrats on another test passed. And yeah, it's going well. Vacation was good last week. Good to be back. Good to see you. And yeah, happy that you got yourself another pass one. All right, we are right back at this area. Yeah, the 5 minute is just too scary from a short standpoint. So if we're still doing opposite of me, I guess you should be going short because I'm scared to go short, which means this thing is probably about to get rejected right back off. Since we're at the phase of do opposite of Clay if you want to make money. And right here, we are watching on the 5-minute time frame. Is that showing both? Can I show both? I can't show both. Okay, yeah. So over here, we're watching on the 2-minute time frame. Over here, we are watching on the 5-minute time frame. All right, there it is, pushing up through the 200 period moving average, that pink line on the 2-minute. And it's technically already through that 5-minute. So we'll see if it can bounce up through there. And as far as the likes are concerned, we'll see if we can get 5 more likes for the breakout of 100. Can we get into triple-digit likes? We're looking for breakouts everywhere, on the charts, on the likes. The 5-minute looks... It looks good. It's just that 2-minute's kind of got it. I wish that pink line there was not on the 2-minute. If that pink line was not there, I'd probably have gone long on the 5-minute. But the pink line, it kind of, it threw a monkey wrench into my analysis of things. Hey, there we are, 101 likes. I like this group. So if anything, hopefully this we're witnessing here the power and the benefits of multiple time frame analysis. Again, we're looking at the same thing. We're just looking at this thing from 2 different angles. The angles being from a time perspective. The one on the left, the 2-minute time frame angle, and the one on the right, the 5-minute time frame angle. Can people talk in the chat or do something? Like, why did the chat just go quiet? We have entered the awkward silence phase all of a sudden. Is the chat even broken? Okay, it's not. I guess you guys are sleepy. Just a thought, thinking NVD popping or propping. Yeah, no. Yeah, NVIDIA is one of those stocks where if NVIDIA is having a very good day, it can essentially drag up the entire NASDAQ market. Whoa, that was quite the rollover. So once again, the power of multiple time frame analysis. On the 5-minute, it was looking very, very solid. But because of that 2-minute, because of that pink line that I was talking about, it caused me to, I don't think I want to quite get long. And then it got... Now, did I think that this sort of action, that it was going to be this massive of a rejection? No. In no way, shape, or form did I think that was going to occur necessarily per se. But, I feel very good right now about not have gone long. And if I wasn't using another time frame, such as the 2-minute, then yeah, the 5-minute, I'd be like, oh man, this 5-minute looks great. We've broken up above the purple line. Looks great. Let's get long. And then boom. Does this work for Canadians? Yes, Crazy Chris. The prop firm that I'm using is open to Canadians. So that link there at the top of the screen, if you go there, use code CLAY to get all the promotions and all that stuff. It is totally open to Canadians. In fact, we probably have some Canadians in here that are using it. And I know for sure in my private community, we have lots of Canadians that are doing it. All right, well, there we go. Good example of multiple time frames. We'll get this out of the way here and just focusing on the 2-minute. But there, hey, thanks, JJ, for the sticker. Now type something, JJ. I would assume JJ's number 1 now because he actually just gave a sticker. So I assume the next comment that JJ makes. Thank you, Kevin. So yeah, right below you, Crazy Chris, is a fellow Canadian, Kevin. All right, there it is. Okay, so it looks like the crown system is not totally broken. JJ is number 1, which would completely make sense given he just did a sticker for $2. So thank you for that, JJ. You are royalty around here now. You are number 1. Everybody show JJ respect, or you will be sent into the latrines to clean them. No, yeah, JJ Max has redeemed the JJ of old. Although the JJ effect does still exist. So I do still always ask for one more like to factor in the JJ effect. Uh-oh. Oh, Marquise, he's coming now. Oh, and now Marquise is number 1. Okay. Okay. Now things are heating up around here, folks. Marquise has sent JJ into the latrines. No, I take that back. He's number 2. So he's not quite back into the latrines. Were you no? No. I was just trying to. You can't say bathroom or I mean that doesn't sound intense enough. So I was pricking my vocabulary. I don't have a great vocabulary, but I was like, okay, how can I make the bathroom sound a little bit more intense? And latrine, that's the word that came to me. Cool, Crazy Chris. I'm glad you're gonna try. Hopefully, you decide to use code Clay so my kids can eat. That's my capital right there. I'm not sure. Yeah, the King's Crowns, Frank, are totally new. We had a big discussion on it yesterday, trying to understand them, and it's a work in progress on YouTube's part because there are some things that were malfunctioning yesterday that now work today. Does my $3 feed all 6 kids? No, unfortunately, it doesn't. Kids apparently eat a lot. I will after I research. Sounds good, Crazy Chris. All right, if the price comes down here and then starts to come back up, I'm gonna try a long. But if it just decides to go straight up, I will be left behind. I'll be left in dust and ashes and embarrassment and shame. Ooh. I think I'm going to get rid of that level. And I'm wondering, am I getting too spicy here? Is this me cooking too much? Well, I will say this. Even this trend line here, shorting that has me a little scared. Why? Because if you're shorting that trend line on the 2-minute, you're basically shorting right into a pivot point here, that dotted brown line, and the 200 period moving average. Now the price could certainly go down through both of those, but is that necessarily where I want to be shorting right around that area? Me personally, probably not. But that is an interesting trend line nonetheless. So I'm gonna leave it out there, see if it leads to anything or not. I got to be very careful though. I don't want to turn this into a trend line fiesta. But we do have that trend line right there too. Okay, I'm gonna max it at 3. No more trend lines. If I add another trend line, I've got to delete a trend line somewhere else. I realize that if I have like 3,000 trend lines on here, maybe it makes me look really smart. It's like, man, look at all these. But let's be real. Nobody's watching 3,000 trend lines at once. I can barely keep up with the 3 trend lines that I have here. Although, I know some of you will, technically speaking, Clay, that's not a trend line. That's just a support level. Okay, you're right. Lines. Let's just call them lines. I don't want to have too many additional lines outside of the moving averages and stuff that I already have. But you're right. I am still interested in a long, though, especially on the 5-minute. That's looking kind of juicy. We got the 200 period moving average there. So we'll see if the price does want to come down. Maybe I'll give a long ago. I gotta remember. Do we have news? Let me check what does the news situation look like today? 12:45. It's a speech. 4:30 doesn't matter. All right. So not a whole lot of news. Here's the news that I was just looking at. So at 12:45, so I guess 30 minutes, Fed Vice Chair Supervision Bart, but I don't necessarily think that's necessarily going to do anything. I suppose in theory it could, but I'm not too worried about it. And then this one is after the close at 4:30 Eastern time. So, all right, from the news standpoint, don't want to really enter into something right before some sort of big news event. That's never. I guess it could be good if it goes in your favor. Hi, Clay. I hope your day is going well. Have you ever tried? No, I don't use the DOM. The DOM over here stands for depth of market. I just put it over here because I know some people like it and use it and enjoy watching it. So I try to kind of give them something that they visually watch. But yeah, me personally, I don't use it. Perhaps I should use it to enter orders and all that sort of good stuff. There are some very good traders in the private community that do use the DOMs to enter all that sort of stuff, and they are big believers in it. But not that I'm not a believer in it. I just don't use it. Why don't you use it? I really have no good. I don't have any reason. I just, you know, maybe next week all of a sudden everything will be happening on the DOM. But as of now, that is not the case. So, well, we're kind of just not necessarily chopping around. I mean, it is trending right now. There is a slight bit of a trend. Up, down, up. Then will it go back down? That is a question mark right now. That's a pretty terrible question mark, but I think you get the idea. I think I knocked it. Uh-oh. Where'd my cursor go? There it is. This mouse. Yeah, for those of you that are not aware, my mouse is dying. I have a new one showing up today from Amazon, but it's weird because you're like, if you try to drag something and then the mouse dies for just a second, like you stop dragging it and then it kicks back in and then you start dragging something. I mean, it's just it's pretty rough. Hey, John, good to see you. KC, good to see you. You get an email from TPD this morning for CPI. No, I didn't. I did not. Ooh. Yeah, usually they're very good about the emails. Was that a non-tradable event? Was it on their calendar, Jocko? I saw it on, oh yeah, okay, you said you saw it on the TPC website, but don't think, yeah. No, I'm with you. Let me check my spam real quick. Nope, no, yeah. You get accurate order entry. Right-clicking on the chart works too. Oh, yeah, yeah. Right-clicking on the chart. You mean left-clicking on the chart, Mikey? Yesterday's low and Asian low are the only two major levels that have not been taken out. Gotcha. It looks so on the daily. I'm scared of heights, guys. Oh, don't be scared of heights. It's a night Mara. What's up, Clay? Hey, shoot people. Good to see ya. Hopefully your photography business is doing well this summer. Lots of weddings. And back last week in vacation, we had family pictures, so I was reminded of the patience that photographers must have with dealing with a bunch of kids. We had our 6, and then my sister and her husband, they have 3. The oldest of the group, 13. So yeah, there was kids running everywhere. She had like a little sock puppet trying to get some of the younger ones to smile. But yeah, you photographers out there, bless your hearts. I have been horrible at catching the New York session because of the time zone. What time is? New York session starts at 9:30 a.m. Eastern, ends at 4 p.m. Eastern. Yep, send away. My accountant needs to send me a code so that they can log into my account and do some stuff for me. So, gotta keep an eye out for a code from the state of Iowa. All right, so I'll keep an eye over there for now. Again, I'd like to short this trend line, but the problem is the 5-minute. I guess I could be for a scalpy scalp, but the 5-minute, we have this pivot point right here, which is a very credible bounce threat. I mean, it's already bounced from there once. Yeah, I just can't do it. I like it, though. I can't do it, though. Again, going back to the theme of multiple time frame analysis. This is why, in my opinion, multiple time frames matter. Because right here, if I was just using the 2-minute and no other time frames, man, this looks like a no-brainer short. But 5-minute, not so much. Now I'm trying to trade, trying to get my accountant a code, trying to watch a text. How do you women do it? From the multitasking perspective, I don't understand. Carefully, yeah. Probably a good word to use, carefully. Like watching my wife multitask, I don't understand. I don't know how she does that. So to you women out there, you are blessed with the gift of multitaskament. There you go. There's the code. There's the code. Let me get that code. Oh. All right. Everybody stay calm. Stay calm. Let me get my account and the code real quick. All right, there we go. And I pulled my life is see how good of a multitask. Now I'm pulling the There we go. And now we're at this trend line. Now I'm trying to manage multiple trend lines. Right there, I mean, can you imagine? Take a step back. If somebody was just using the 2 minute, I could see them trying to get short right around there, anticipating the break. I could have seen myself doing that. But for that person to then claim, oh man, I got screwed. No, you really didn't get screwed. You kind of screwed yourself by not paying attention to other time frames. So this is seemingly developing as the key learning component here of the live stream today is the importance of multiple time frame analysis. New connect. Okay, that's fine that I got somebody else is connecting to my account because that would make sense. It would be my, whoops. See what I mean about the cursor? Goodness. Now all of a sudden I'm bringing all sorts of stuff. Clay, do you have a max position size that you usually use? No. It depends on the situation, depends on the strategy. A lot of things go into the position size equation. Stay calm, trade. Agreed. Easier said than done. And their memories become infinite. Oh, okay. I was like, what is that? Oh, but I was talking about women. Yeah, I mean, fair enough, Kyle, but as guys, let's all relax. Let's stop acting like we don't have our own issues as guys. Let's all everybody take a deep breath, fellas. Let's not live in ignorance. Let's be intellectually honest about the situation. I'm a big fan of intellectual honesty. If you can be intellectually honest and have good faith. Now, I realize you're joking, Kyle, so I am aware of that. But just in general, sometimes it seems as though, and both sides are guilty, but like sometimes it's like what us guys, we don't have any like things to complain about. We are all perfectly imperfect. Well said. I think I've heard that quote before, though. There you go. That's a good comment. Yeah, nice, Kyle. Well played. That is exactly. They only remember because we fudged up. Exactly. Well said. There's a good common ground. They do have a great memory, but we also are the ones that gave them something. We are the reason for the memory. That I like that, Kyle. That is a very fair, a very good faith middle ground. Look at that, right off that trend line. Again, our chart's perfect. I'm not saying charts are perfect. I'm not saying that there's no perfect tool. But man, what a coincidence that this thing was heading up and then essentially right at that line is where it got rejected. But the 5 minute this is what's got me just sitting on hand. I mean, we're just chop in this range. Top of the range, we have that purple line there, the 50 period set moving average. Essentially right now, bottom of the range. You could argue the pivot point there, that dotted brown. I'm just going to call it the pink line right there, the 200 period moving average. So again, each of these are 5 minutes. So basically 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 times 5 is 30. So 30 minutes minimum. It has really just been, I mean, there's been a slight little downtrend within, this little range. But yeah, right now, the range traders are loving it. Range traders are shopping for Malibu mansions and Rolex watches because, I mean, this is a beautiful range. But as somebody that's not necessarily a range trader per se, again, yeah, it broke that trend line, but because of the range, so also because of that, I'm just going to get rid of that level for now. What kind of books do you like, Clay? I'm currently reading. I don't do a whole lot of. I'm more of a podcast guy. I don't do a whole lot of books. That might be wrong. That might be bad. I probably should do more books, but if I'm being totally transparent, I'm not a big book guy. Especially with trading, it goes back to the whole topic of paper trading. Paper trading is sort of like, I'm not saying it's exact, but it's sort of like a book. Like in a book, you have all these things and it's just in a vacuum and you read it, you're like, oh, no kidding, that's great. Okay, I'm going to do that. But I'm going to do that. That's where you actually have to learn how to do it. And I realized, well, a book can help you learn how to do it. Fair enough. But sometimes the best way to learn how to do it is you just got to go out there and get punched in the face. And that's why I really do think that Pam's plan, again, day trading futures through a prop firm, is so powerful because you can get more punches to the face. And that is where you're going to learn to work things out. Whereas before Pam's plan, before prop firms, one punch to the face may end your journey. Because one crazy move, you could be out all the money you had to start with. But with the prop firms, because of the way they're structured, you can set yourself up for more punches to the face, which is, again, part of my efficiency argument of Pam's plant. And real quick, if you don't know what I mean by Pam's plant, around here we talk about the best way in the category of day trading to day trade is to day trade futures. So that is what Pam's is arguing for, the power and benefits of futures through a prop firm. And that's what Plant is arguing. So Pam's Plant. And with Pam's Plant, this is, like I said, I would argue, and I can back it up with math, but this is, in my opinion, by far, the most efficient way to go about any sort of day trading journey. And even it goes back to the whole, getting punched in the face. I've used that analogy before. If you're trying to learn how to hit a golf ball straight, there are no guarantees, but logic does suggest that the more golf balls you have to hit, the better chances are you figure out how to hit a golf ball straight. And with prop firms, you get more golf balls to hit. Therefore, again, it still doesn't guarantee anything, but it does give you a better chance to figure out how to hit a straight golf ball. How did I get? Oh, yeah, somebody was asking about books. So in other words, books are fine, but books are like paper trading in the sense of paper trading, again, it's not totally worthless. A book's not totally worthless. But as you read a book, you don't have any skin in the game. Once you get skin in the game, things just get different in that regard. So, any podcast you recommend? Oh no, I just listen to podcasts in general. If Joe Rogan has a good, interesting guest on, for any of you theology geeks, I like Steve Gregg. But yeah, like I said, do I listen to like trading here we go. Watch this. Watch me cook. Podcast trading, why you should go and do this. You should listen to Clay Trader's podcast. If you're not aware, I do offer a podcast. So here we go. Now, I realize it's called the Stock Trading Reality Podcast, which was poor choice 10 years ago when I started it, but that's when stock trading was definitely like the key thing. But now I wish it should just probably be called the Trading Reality Podcast. But anyways, so there we go. There's a nice little setup for my own plug. There we go. The Stock Trading Reality Podcast. That's what I recommend, Travis. Go listen to that one. Hey, good, Travis. You already listened. Listen, I'm talking broadly about podcasts because, again, I'm not looking to start a bunch of drama in the chat box. So I'm not going to confirm or deny all the podcasts I listen to. I'm trying to keep it just broad. If Joe Rogan has a interesting guest, notice I'm not saying how I'm defining interesting guest. I'm doing that intentionally. But, I don't listen to any, like, trading podcasts or anything like that. I really don't listen to a whole lot of podcasts anymore anyways. Because usually if I'm driving, like on the trip, when we took the 8-hour drive back from Michigan to Iowa, I didn't listen to any podcasts. Apparently, my wife wanted to hang out with me and talk. Which is good, which is a blessing. I'm glad my wife still finds me interesting after... Oh, my goodness. Wait, let me think real quick. Oh, wait. Yeah. Oh. No, this September will be 19 years. So then, I guess next year. I'm grateful that my wife still wants to talk to me and is still interested in what I have to say after almost 20 years of marriage. Oh, even if she was, she knows I'm terrible with dates. I barely know my own birthday. I'm terrible with birthdays. I'm terrible with ages. Kids are like, people ask me, how old is this kid? I'm like, how old are you? That very well could make me a bad father. I get it. I'm not upset if you call me a bad father. I am just not, I'm not very good with names or dates or ages. It's never been a strong suit. Mainly because I really, and again, I'm totally open to feedback. Maybe I'm just a crusty individual. But like, when it's my birthday, I don't even want to talk about it. Like, I don't need gifts. I don't need anything. Let's just move on another day. But like, then I kind of view birthdays like that for everybody. But everybody's like, well, no. And fair enough. Birthdays, yeah, I don't have, but for me, it's just, I don't put a whole lot of emphasis on mine. Like, in fact, I think I'm at the point now where it's a little depressing, I guess. I'm 41, so every birthday's like, oh, great, now I'm this. Oh, great, now I'm that. But, yeah. So, if your thesis is bad father equals not knowing kids' birthdays off the top of their head and, all that sort of stuff, bad husband, you struggle when you got to think through the anniversary, then guilty as charged. But how did I get on that topic? Oh yeah, because isn't that weird? How somebody asked about books and then it went to podcasts and then podcast went to me saying I didn't listen to podcasts because I was talking to my wife, but I'm grateful that my wife, and then I was like, well, how long has she been my wife? And then that spurned off, man, conversations. Isn't it crazy how one little thing rabbit trails can just split off and go everywhere? And by the way, what is this? I thought this was a trading live stream. It is. But sometimes we got to just break things off as we wait for something to happen. And right now, we're still waiting for something to happen. Something to happen relative to what? Well, if you're not here, relative to the channel. What channel? Well, the sideways channel. And look at that. This will mean more to those of you that talk about it. But I was just talking about the 50 period, right? So there we go. Off the top of the channel, boom, right there. Now it's just a question of, will it go down there and revisit the bottom of the channel? And if so, what does it do right there? But right now, just kind of a whole lot of up, down, up, down, up, down. So as I was mentioning, you range traders, you're doing very well. But that is why we're talking about random stuff. Because right now, we're just waiting to see what happens. That's ADHD, my man. What is ADHD? Again, for the 8 billionth time, if you want to be good interactor, or having a good interaction, let me put it this way, an efficient interaction with a live streamer, don't use words like that's, it, they, yes, no. You got to be specific because I understand from your perspective, I just said something, so therefore you're starting to respond. But from your point of view, I said it 3 to 4 seconds ago. And in that 3 to 4 seconds, I've said a bunch of other stuff. So when you just say that, it, they, anything broad, I don't know exactly what you're talking about. Because in that 3 to 4 seconds from the time you heard it to you're typing it, I've said a bunch of other stuff. So that's ADHD. I don't know. What's that? What is ADHD? Because we've talked about 37 different things. So that is my best advice I can give to you that I've learned from a live streamer, is if you want to have the most interactive discussion with a live streamer, be very specific in what you're typing. Avoid words like that, it, they. Yes, so be context specific. That's a better way of saying it than my way. 41 is a young kid. I thank you for saying that. I appreciate that. Hey, Clay, where you been? I was on vacation last week. Trading a tight sideways market is difficult to learn, but it's more common than trends. It is, but it's also one of those things where you kind of almost don't know that it's a sideways tight market until, well, it's already been a sideways market and you've missed out a bunch of trades. So, there's always a little bit of hindsight bias that goes into it all. But The bunch of, oh, I love it. Drew is now officially psychoanalyzing me. Great. Great. So I have ADHD. I appreciate that. I've been psychoanalyzed. I've been diagnosed by a random stranger, although Drew's not a totally random stranger. But Drew has diagnosed me as having ADHD. All right. I will go talk to my physician and say, listen, Drew P. diagnosed me as having ADHD. I need pills. And of course, they're going to say, well, who is Drew P? I'm going to say, he's a random person that I've never met, but he's on a YouTube live stream. So may I have these pills, please, since I've been diagnosed with ADHD. And yeah, they will get my prescription. All right, we are broken down through the level now. Let's see if we bounce back up again. On the 5 minute, we are now at the lower end of this range. I'll screenshot that, Drew P. I'll print it out and I'll take that to my pharmacy as my my prescription. Like, here you go. Here it is. I was diagnosed by a stranger, a random person on the internet. Pills, please. I think some of you fail to realize that I talk about a bunch of stuff to try to keep things entertaining. As I've said before, I could talk about just nothing and I could just sit here in pure silence. You have artistic mana crown. Okay, good. Keep diagnosing me with everything. And I'll screenshot all this and take it to my pharmacy. Hello, sir. Hello, ma'am. I do a live stream, and today I was diagnosed with all these things from clinical professionals. So here's the prescriptions, and I will start popping the pills tonight. So yes, I have artistic manacrani. I have ADHD. So let me know what else I need to get when I go to the pharmacy later on. Now, one thing I don't need is makeup, because we all know that I am the most beautiful creature you've ever set your eyes upon. So that I know I do not need. Don't need makeup. But I'm open to the idea that maybe I need some pills for my other psychological issues that I'm currently being diagnosed with right now. It was on the Honeymooners. I'm not sure what the Honeymooners is. I'm assuming a TV show or a movie, but I suppose in this day and age, it could be another YouTube channel. It could be a podcast. All right, well, that's why I wanted to wait and see. As of now, looking like a totally fake breakdown of that level right there. So the Bears playing some games with the Bulls. If it gets up in this general area, I might be interested in a short. Because right now we have essentially a little bit of a... See that little space right there? That's my mouse dying. That my mouse, cut out for just a brief second and then cut back in. So let me put the golf hole up here. So there is our upside down pennant, therefore a bear pennant. So that's kind of what I'm watching right now. Do you ever use I think maybe your internet cut out, Jeff, something. Come on now, you don't have to mention the stranger part of your pharmaceutical, Clay. We are all friends here. Some are medical experts, some are geopolitical some are psych. That's true. Everybody's an expert in their own ways. Yes, that's true. There are no strangers on the internet. There's no need to question that at all. Oh man, this is kind of risky. Let me go with just 2 instead. All right, I'm in for a long, risky trade though. Oh, I got a partial at least. All right, I got 2, and I scaled out 1 on a partial, even though I was trying to get out both. Oh, there we go. How did I not get that? There we go. All right. Again, very modest trade because that was a little sketchy. I mean, I was buying on a big solid red candle, but it gave me a little reassurance that it was down at these lows. I had a very tight stop. It was a mental stop, but so the risk reward was there. You don't need to ask for pills. As soon as you enter a doctor's office, they already have a prescription ready for you. Yeah, but we're doing a little different here. I am printing out my prescriptions are screenshots of the diagnoses that I've received from some people here. So I think it might be Notar a little different. We're getting a little outside of the box here. Do you ever use the buy market buttons? No. Do I ever use the buy? No, I don't really buy market or sell market. Usually I'm trying to buy the bid or sell the ask. So no, I don't do those all the time. Forget the pills, just light up a doobie. Great. Now I'm being diagnosed. Okay. Now we're having conflicting solutions. Now I'm getting overwhelmed. All right, looks like the accountant stuff is all taken care of. Good. Clay, are you still taking trade requests? Yeah, I'm taking everything right now. I'm taking mental diagnoses, physical I mean, I can't believe I paid for a doctor all these years. Why? I could have just hopped on the live stream and just gotten my my diagnosis from here. Have you tried a nice tea tree oil under your armpits after you wake up? I don't know. Maybe my wife has. My wife is into the essential oils. Okay, go long, please. Okay. I need a little bit more than that, Mikey. As I talked to Sly Lou earlier, just saying go short or go long. I need a little bit more details than that. Like entry point, stop loss, target. If you can give me those three, then I'm all ears. But go long, go short. Hey, if you're enjoying, friendly reminder, hit that like button. We're kind of slacking on the likes a little bit, but to be fair, I haven't asked a whole lot. So if you are enjoying and you have not yet hit that like button, please do so. That helps out. It'll ensure that the live stream keeps moving. As long as I know there's interest, we'll keep the party going. How am I defining interest? By keeping an eye on that like button. So as long as likes keep creeping up, I'll assume that people are interested and we'll keep the party going here. We've got the bear pennant, bear flag. I mean, it is in full effect right here. Does it come back down and break the downside? I'm watching. You heard the man. This is a like button. This is not a drill. Exactly. This is not a drill. This is what we've been training for, folks. So the interesting dynamic for me is when we look over on the 5-minute. So this is the 2-minute over here, 2-minute time frame. This is the 5-minute. 5-minute, if we can get again, 2 false breakdowns of the pink line, the 200 period moving average. So you got to be a little leery of that. Just because it breaks down through the pink line doesn't necessarily mean the bears have actually won. But nonetheless, still interested if this wants to come back down. But as of now, it's still kind of just chopping around. It's looking like the channel is getting weaker in the bear, and it is favoring the bears right now, but still a little. Let's in short. I got spooked. We'll see if my instincts were good instincts or if I had bad Taco Bell last night. Uh-oh. I think it might have been bad Taco Bell. Come on. Please make me look smart. Go up. I was short again, so I wanted to see prices go down. Come on, please go up. For my ego's sake, go up. Nothing but robots. Nothing but... I'm not sure I get what that's in reference to. I guess I could try... There, okay, yes. For my ego's sake. I thought it would, come down a little bit quicker, and the way it was hesitating around, I wasn't convinced, so I hopped out. And I guess in theory, maybe I could have made a little bit more on the scalp, but I was certainly looking for that thing to come down more than what it ever did. So all right, good. Glad that the instincts were on point there and wasn't bad Mexican food. Okay, so now we are right back to the choppiness continues. Are we headed back up to that purple line here, which is defining as a range? Now, the interesting thing about the range, as I've defined it at least, is this range is converging because these are not parallel lines. So in all actuality, it's more like a wedge range. So now we are headed back up to the top of the range, which is more so a wedge. So we'll see what happens there. Stopped yourself, had the same idea. Again, this is a 5 minute, so I mean we've been, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah. So we're at almost an hour. No. Yeah. Going on an hour of just kind of sitting back, kind of shooting the breeze, watching, talking about random things. We're just trying to wait to see what the price actually wants to do here. So once again, came to the bottom part of the range. Small little movement to the downside, not a whole lot. And now heading back upward. So is it going to get to the top? And if so, how will it behave at the top of that range? Again, the top of the range actually just being the 50-period moving average. So instead of using trend lines here, we've just been using here on the 5-minute time frame our moving averages. Again, purple line being the 50-period simple moving average, pink line there being the 200-period simple moving average. So which way is she eventually gonna move? Is anybody long or short right now? It's really great to see you again, Clay. I'll see you on the... Yeah, have a good one, Casey. Take care. Thanks for swinging by. Did a quick short scalp. Nice. Congrats. 41. I might try a, this is dangerous, but I got wiggle room in case it bounces back, but this is definitely a dangerous trade. Okay, in, short. I'm thinking some downside momentum has shown up. Short scalp at the top of the range. Maybe. Keep coming down. Oh, come on. Stop loss is the VWAP right there. So a tight stop. Looking for, like I said, I was trying to catch the downwards momentum, but I'm trying to give it a little bit more space. There we go. There we go. Come on. Come on now. There we go. Green line right there is my first target. I suppose just in case it spikes. Yeah, I did self-admittedly get a little loosey-goosey on my stop loss there because it did go up above VWAP, but I was trying to avoid getting stopped out like it did here for it to just come straight back down. Again, I'm short. Blue line is my entry. Dante, hey, how are you doing? Not looking so hot here. Trying to be patient with it. You know, I got plenty. You know what? It would be a bigger loss than what I would plan in, but I'm gonna just adjust my stop up to here now. Let's just give this thing some wiggle room. If it wants to come down, great. Let me cancel that out, and we'll have now my first profit target down there. My next one at these lows. So there we go. So let's see if it does indeed want to come on down. How was your trip? It was good. It was nice. Does anyone else in chat find themselves trying to expand Clay's charts? I could see that being a thing where you forget. So yes, I am short. Blue line is my entry. Green line up here is my stop. These two green lines here are my first couple price targets. So I'm in the green slightly right now, but now I need some continuation. I am short 138, looking for yesterday's low 23.065. Goodness. Well, I want to complain. Hey, there we go. There's one out. All right, I am going to adjust my stop now, so it's not as big of a loss. If I did I get that one out too? Oh, nice. Nice. Okay. Okay. Well, let me get another one down here. All right, let me just take out that right there too. And yeah, let's go with one more, and then I'm going to let this final one work for me. So let's make sure this is a winning trade. So there we go. This is a winning trade. It's just a question of how big of a winning trade will it be, because I don't know how far down this is going to go. But if it can break down through this yellow line here, I probably should still have two left. That's all right. It is what it is at this point. Like I said, I'm in the stress-free spot of trading. It's not if I make money on this trade, it's how much money am I going to make. That is the best stress to have. And I say that because I don't know how far down the price will go. So as the price goes, I'm going to move my stop loss down. So I'll move it down a little bit more. And we'll see if this thing, we'll see how this one wants to play ball. Let me cancel that out. Let me just give, yeah. I'll just run the mental stop. I got plenty of wiggle room now. So let's just see. Let's see. Hey, Clay, I've been digging in and enjoying the channel. Good job. Oh, I'm good, Frosty. I'm glad. I recognize your name, I think, from maybe yesterday. Again, I am short right now. I still have one left. I had 5. I scaled out. So I'm just letting this final one work for me. Trying to be patient. Trying to see if the price does want to break down through this yellow line that I drew a long time ago. And as of now, it is being a thorn in my side as a short. Longs, they're loving that line. There we go. Okay, this could become the new stop loss if this thing keeps coming down. There we go. There we go. All right, there we go. There we go. Work for me, Wody. Come on, Cletus. There we go, Cletus. Ah, why did I? Okay, I'm gonna just follow it down now. And out there. Very nice trade on that one. Yes, in hindsight, I got a little too aggressive. Again, this is hindsight speaking, so I have total hindsight confirmation bias going on right now. But, yeah, there we go. I don't remember. Wasn't I down like 200, I don't know, 40 or something like that? And then that trade didn't totally bring me back to green on my MNQs trade, but there we go. Did anybody else take that trade, or was I the only one that took that? I think I would have. No. Yes. Now you could argue, fair enough. Well, Clay, that was actually bad. You broke your rules. You said your stop loss was the VWAP, and then you adjusted your stop up there. That is true. But notice when I did make that changement, I also adjusted my profit targets to keep the RVR, the risk reward, making sense. So that is true. I did all of a sudden adjust my stop loss higher. However, I also compensated equally for that by I canceled out that one profit target. Wow. Look at it go. Is there news or something out? Well, now you're making me feel stupid about my trade. I got 8 points short in ES. Good job, Squanto. Please tell me somebody took that trade. And on top of that, please tell me at least one of you. FOMC, is he? Oh, did Barr say something? Yeah, I guess now that I remember, we were checking that speech. Made $50 on that one, but adjusted stop loss too soon and got knocked out. Well, it happens sometimes. I've been there where you get a little too tight with the stop, but good job overall, Michael. Good job. Congrats. Got 3 points on NQ. Made 2K on that one. Nice. I'm up 350 on 370. Very good job, Mo. I love it. I like it a lot. Good job. If you have one runner, you should let it run. Yeah, I had one runner, Roman. I did let it run, but then it did come up and bite me and took me out. But yeah, I did have a runner. I was letting it run. I should have had two. Again, hindsight confirmation bias. Had the price come down here and then done like that, I would have been like, man, I'm glad I reduced my position down to one. But obviously this happened, so therefore hindsight confirmation bias. I'm now saying, oh, I should have had two. Well, yeah, that's easy to say now that you know that it collapsed. But again, had this situation happened where it went up, I would have been sitting there saying, hey, good job, Clay. Way to manage that position. Way to be aggressive. Way to take 4 of the contracts out. So I don't know. Maybe I'm the only person that has hindsight confirmation bias like that, where I sit there and critique myself on what I should have, could have, would have done after everything's already happened. But had something different happened, I'd be sitting there complimenting myself like, hey, good job in that regard, good job in that regard. Am I alone in that, or is anybody else? Give me a 5. Does anybody else do that? If you do what I just explained, give me a 5. Or am I the only person out there that does that? Okay, at least it's me and Eric. At least there's 2 of us. Oh, and Travis and Jocko. Okay, good. And Colby and Kevin. Okay. And okay, seems like there's a lot of people out there. That makes me feel better about myself then. No, Judd with the multiple 5s. I'm up $200 on the day on my 25K pro. Hey, nice. Good job, Nas. Good job. I'm the same way. Yesterday I took 5 micros long, took them out at 20 points. And I don't mean to laugh at you, but I just mean to like laugh in, like I can relate. I understand the pain. I mean, congrats on 20 points. Nice job. But yeah, unfortunately 20 points compared to 100 is a little discouraging. Now, I don't know. Now I'm thinking, do I try a short here with the idea of this was a former area of support? Is this support now going to act as resistance? Profits are profits. You got to be careful of that mentality, Eric. Got to be careful of that mentality. That's a mentality that has broken many traders' dreams out there. Green is green. You can't go broke taking a profit. Profit is profit. I understand the attitude behind it, but mathematically, it's a very sketchy attitude to have. Because those are the type of attitudes that'll get you maybe like a 90% win rate. The problem is the 10% when you lose wipes away all the 90%. That's what that kind of general attitude. I'm not saying this is the case for you, Eric. I'm just commenting in general. In general, that type of attitude, through my years of trading and experience working with other traders, that attitude, yes, it does. It'll create. You could have a super high win rate strategy. The problem can tend to be then all of a sudden when you're wrong, it can get a little painful. Now, is this thing about the V-shape, given that there is a speech going on, I'm a little leery. Is this thing about to do the V-shape down and then straight back up? If so, there's going to be some shorts that that hopefully they're doing it. Hopefully they're trading in a prop account because they're probably going to get roasted. I might try a short here. Let's see if what that would be 24. Yeah, 8. Okay, I'll do that. Well, what I was thinking was if it came up to that green line there, which is the 21 EMA, and then started to come back down, I would, and I still might do it. But if this is the V shape, then I'll just lick my wounds and move on. But step one is I want to see the price come up there and hit the green line. Whoa, whoa, whoa. All right, never mind. Never mind. That was very spiky. So I'm going to just go ahead and chill out for a second. You all saw that play out. That thing was just instantaneous, just like that. Did anybody else platform do that, or was that just mine? That wasn't like my internet, was it? I don't think it was my internet, but I suppose in theory it could be. Ooh. Uh-oh. This upper shadow, though. It's distorted my whole risk profile. This is good action, though. Good action, folks. It was definitely a spike. No, it happened. Okay. Thanks, Joe. Thanks, Mo. Joe and Mo. Mojo. Joe Mo. Trying to combine your names. I'm struggling, though, clearly. But thank you. Thank you for the cover fire there. Well, this is a very tricky. I mean, this was basically a V shape. If you just want to argue that the breakdown happened right here at this crosshair, notice that the high of that candle basically revisited that area. So if you got short on any of this, I see why. I understand what you're trying to do. Just thinking it's a dead cat bounce, man. Hopefully you had a stop loss. It happened. Yeah. Thank you for that. I'm interested though. I'm still interested in a potential short, but I'd like to try to get short more so up around this area. That way I can ideally have a stop up around here, but even that stop is a little sketchy because I'm kind of in front of the pink line, but I'm still quite a bit of ways away from it. But yeah, that's just my very wordy way of saying I'm interested in getting short, but I'm more interested in getting short up around this area of the chart just so I can keep my risk profile a little bit tighter. Because if I get in short right now, I mean, I guess I suppose I could put my short up above the 21. Yeah, that wouldn't be totally. Yeah, problem is then on the 5 minute makes that not so good of a stop. So yeah. At this point, I got to stick with it just from making sure I have the proper risk tolerances in play. Just based off of the 5 minute this, I got it. My short entry would have to be up around here. Again, I'm not saying, I mean, you may have a totally different strategy and approach, so maybe a short makes total sense to you right now. I don't know. Like I said, I'm just a moron. This is for entertainment purposes only. I was diagnosed by the chat 20 minutes ago with ADHD and a couple other mental diseases, so, you know. I appreciate how you explain every trade and lay at your levels. Helps me see what you're seeing and able to understand more each day. Hopefully profits come my ways. Well, thanks, Colby. I mean, I'm biased, but as much as that's what just, like, I'm glad people are learning, but I also am, I feel obligated to let you know, what I talk about here is still relatively surface deep. Like, I do offer a mentorship program and all that sort of stuff. So if you want all the pieces explained and all the details and arranged for you, then that is where that stuff comes from. But the live stream is not that. Again, I'm not saying that it's impossible for people to learn. Just be careful. Just understand that there's more to it than what I'm even explaining here. Because some of this stuff is just baked in, and I'm just assuming certain things that you would know. But that's not always the smartest thing for me to do. But in the classes, in the program, I assume nothing. So therefore, from your point of view, you know that you're going to get every little detail along the way. On the live stream, though, yeah, you're not necessarily getting every little detail. And I'm not, Colby, I realize that's not what you never made the claim. I'm getting every single detail. But just as kind of an FYI. ADH scalp OCD swing. Yeah, and it's not even necessarily that, Colby. A lot of it is just subconscious. Like, in my mind, I'm just assuming many variables. But in all actuality, it's not a safe assumption on my part. So I'm not even necessarily doing anything intentionally like that. But it's just, I know my mind, and I know as veteran traders, It's like this. Here's the best way to explain it. So I remember the first time I played football with my kids. This was several years ago. But I looked at the kid. I'm like, all right, everybody get on the line of scrimmage. Right, so what did I just assume? I just assumed that they knew what the line of scrimmage was. But they're like, what? I was like, oh, okay, the line of scrimmage is like a line. So I had to explain what the line of scrimmage is. Okay, so now get on the line. And then they got on the line. Some kids were facing one way, other kids were facing the other. I thought, okay, there's another baked-in assumption that I had, that they just assumed that once you got to the line of scrimmage, you knew everybody faced the direction you're going. So that's what I mean by, it's not even intentional. It's just, there is a point where I'm just assuming that you know those. I'm assuming you know what the line of scrimmage is. I'm assuming you know what direction to face on the line of scrimmage, all that sort of stuff. But in the program, in the training, I make none of those assumptions. I just assume that you know nothing, and I go from there. So yeah, none of it is intentional. I'm not necessarily holding stuff back. It's just I know what I'm talking about right now is rift, or is rife. I think rife would be the right word. Is rife with a bunch of assumptions that you may have no idea what that is. So I'm not saying you can't learn. I'm just saying, if you want to learn, if you want to truly learn from me, then that's where the mentorship program and all that stuff comes into play. Is this a short right here, folks? Is that the flush area right there? It might be. I might try a breakdown or get out. Just a very tight stop, and this thing either comes down and goes or it doesn't. Short is good. It's coming back for 23.065. We'll see, Notar. Don't get overconfident, boy. Just put in my 2 weeks at my company. This year hasn't been fortunate with accounting. Just put in my 2 weeks at my... What are you going to do? What's your next phase then, Trader Revolution? If you're quitting your current job, then where are you headed? Whoops. The problem of picking up your coffee and for some reason holding your coffee with two hands and not having a hand available to click any buttons. Well, that's kind of embarrassing. You all just heard me talk about that yellow line as a flush point, and here I am. Two hands on the coffee. No hands available. No hands available to take the trade. This better be a good swig of coffee. And it was basically cold. I'm flying out to Wisconsin State Fair in 2 weeks, helping a family business out on the 29th. So your new job is going to be helping the business? Then Minnesota State Fair, then Oklahoma State Fair, then Texas State Fair. So what do you do at the fairs? Please tell me you're the clown that sits in the dunk tank and makes fun of people. I don't even know. Do those still exist at fairs? Bobo the Clown. That's who I grew up with. At the Lucas County Fair in Ohio. I still remember Bobo the Clown. That was a mean clown. Oh, food. Okay. Do those exist? Anybody know? Like, do Bobos the Clown still exist at fairs? Where they just are mean to people to irritate them, so they spend more money to try to dunk them? Has anyone been to the Fry? So apparently the Iowa State Fair is, I guess, a pretty big deal. You haven't seen it? All right, yeah. Maybe that's no longer like politically correct to just roast people publicly. I remember it was scary to walk by because like he would start picking on people as they walked by to try to get them, irritated. I think this is where I learned this line. I cannot confirm though. But I think I learned the line. Man, your ears are so big you could hear a flea fart in a snowstorm. I think I learned that from Bobo the Clown as a kid. But maybe not. Maybe I heard that somewhere else. But yeah, I think that guy spent a lot of money. Trying to dunk Bobo the Clown after that one. Got a ball, need a ball player? I could. What would this be? If I get in here, 07, 8 points. We'll see. But yeah, good old Bobo the Clown. Well, that's a shame if there's no more Bobos out there in the world. That is a crying shame. Yeah, Versace was back yesterday. Would torment people walk by, remember him from the Michigan State Fair. Yeah, see? Us kids, we are scarred by the Bobos. Clay, why don't you automate your strategy? Because my strategy has just a lot of intuition as part of it. Fair question. But no, it's not totally mechanical. Mine has a lot of kind of feel, instinct in it. But yeah, if somebody does have like more of a mechanical system where things are very black and white, if this then that, then yes, I think automating it is a more than reasonable, more than reasonable thing to consider. Hey, let's get this up to 150 likes. We're 13 away. We have over 200 viewers right now, so surely there are 13 people out there that have not yet hit that like button. That would be good. In fact, I'm just going to go ahead and say it. If we want the live stream to continue, because again, the like button is how I'm gauging whether or not people are interested. So in 9 minutes, the live stream will be live for 2.5 hours. So in order for the party to continue, let's get this up to at least 150. Okay, there. Never mind. We just hit 150. All right, cool. All right, again, just anybody new, the like is not a vanity metric. I am using that to gauge, are people still enjoying? If people are still enjoying, then we'll keep the party going. More, the live stream, I have the mental power to go beyond 4 hours, but I do want to make sure people are enjoying. So I just gauge the enjoyment levels via that like button. But yes, no bots today yet, at least. I always forget to like. Good. All right. Thank you, Dr. J. That's it. Because sometimes I don't want to get interesting, but comments like yours, like you always forget to like. So you appreciate the reminders, because I'm not trying to be annoying with the reminders, but that makes me feel better. Yeah, sometimes there's no harsh intent. You just simply forgot. This is looking, again, See, now I've got to be a little careful, because now I'm questioning my mind. Am I revenge trading? Am I forcing a trade? Because for anybody that just joined, a few moments ago, I mapped out that yellow line. I mapped it out as a support level, as an area that could flush. And as embarrassing as this is to say, I picked up my coffee for some reason with two hands. And when I did that, this candle right here occurred. So I missed that trade. And now I think I have a little bit of a redemption, revenge voice right now that's saying Clay, that was really embarrassing. You need to, you called that out and it's working out really nice. Just get in, redeem yourself. But that is my newest struggle as a trader. The live stream voices. A lot of these voices I've never had, but yeah, when people are watching you live, shame on me. Yeah, I got an ego. I want people to think that I want to have winning trades so people can be like, man, good trade. It feels way better to say, hey, good trade compared to, hey, moron. And then to get nickel and dime with hindsight analysis. But again, that's very bad on my part. I should not care what anybody thinks. But my ego does make me care what other people think, which creates a whole set of new voices on the live stream. So I've only been live streaming for about 5 months now. So still learning to navigate the waters of the live stream voices. But yes, that is one where, and to be fair to myself, I suppose that would have worked. But I'm still not quite, I don't know if that would have actually been a good trade or not. I don't know if that was a good trade or if that was just the voices of the live stream. But yes, this up here, I stand by, and I'm looking at that. Now, you can't make this stuff up. The power of charts. Like I said, if you were here earlier, you saw me put that yellow line in place. The price broke, and then check it out. The power of the back test right there. Back tested it twice, and then there is the classic back test and go. Well, I guess I should have taken it right there too. Well, hopefully some of you took it, because I am currently failing miserably. But maybe some of you took it. We'll see what happens. I don't know. Do you try the double bottom? Now that's the new thing. Will it double bottom? Maybe I'll give that a try. I can give myself a very tight risk tolerance. Taking a short if 23,100 is broken. Again, I'm always I'm always a little freaked out when people give the entry. Again, I appreciate entry points ahead of time, but when there's no stop loss, it always gets a little scary. Worked my way out of a $1,300 in the... Wow, good job, AA. Double A, well done. You're still in the green, though. You can get more trades later. This is true. This is true. There's no need to force a trade. That's valid. I was thinking, okay, that makes me feel better. I was thinking of an entry at that crosshair, but when you look over to right there, once I put my crosshair back, you can see that candle never hit it anyways. So even if I had, done something like this where I had my buy, I would never have been filled anyways. Because that's what I was thinking. Buy right there. Stop down there. So very tight. Risk, potential double bottom. But like I said, if you look close enough right there, I would not have been filled anyway. So this is a very important example right here. This is why being specific matters, because broad statements don't matter. A broad statement would have been, okay, yeah, I look to play the double bottom. And then I'd watch all this and say, oh man, look, it came down here, double bottom, bounced up and went. Therefore, I was right. Therefore, I made money. Well, no. When you get specific about a trade plan, specific meaning you map out an entry point, you map out a stop. Well, no, I was right. Broadly speaking, it did double bottom. But notice, I would never have been filled because I didn't quite get that detail of your exact entry point right. So always be careful of that. As traders, avoid the broad statements, because if all you do is broad statement everything, then you're gonna think that you're a way better trader than you actually are. So just be very, very aware of that. You took it up $1,500 in 4 accounts with TPT. Good job, Joe. Good job. And hopefully Joe used code CLAY with TPT, which stands for Take Profit Trader, which is the prop firm that I am using and I recommend. But even if Joe did not use code CLAY, still a good job. All right. We'll see if the price wants to maybe come back down. So now I also have to be a little careful. It's not a huge voice right now, but I am starting to get the voice of, okay, Clay, let's just get that back to green. Yeah, that of course, that'd be good. But that's just taking a trade for the sake of trying to get that back to green. That's starting to trade P&L. A very sketchy thing to do. Do you group accounts or stay away from... I don't do any copy trading. I'll probably eventually get there, but I'm in no rush to enter into the world of copy trading. Ooh, okay, yeah, this is getting kind of spicy here. If this comes, all right, I want to see the price come up here to right around this area, and then if it starts to get rejected, I'm going to hop in from the short side. But again, my step number one is the price has got to come up to around this area here. The voices are real. I hate the red numbers. Yeah, it's a real thing. Who knew that a color and some numbers could play so many mind games with you? Soon new all-time high. What? Huh? Soon new all-time high. Would you care to define soon for us? Is soon meaning like the next 10 minutes? By the end of the day? By the end of the week? How do you define soon? Hey, good to see ya, Lawafo. All right, I got to stay focused, okay? Coming up. Like I said, I want to see it up a little bit more. End of day. Okay. Well, I guess you're long then. Nice, Joe. Very good. Congrats. Doggone it. I guess I right off that yellow line again. All right, get your head in the game here. Get your head in the game. Oh, 13. Oh, that's like 5. Okay. All right, let me just think real quick. No, come back up a little bit first. Okay, I'm going to get short at... There we go. I'm short there. See if we can get this thing to come down again. Took out a scalp on that one. don't know if I like how it's hesitating. And I did glance over, and this has spooked me. This is what spooked me. I didn't necessarily catch it at first. Shame on me. Well, this is a nice little hammer candle here on the 5-minute. So that hammer candle does have me spooked. Again, one candle doesn't necessarily make or break your chart, but that's what did kind of glancing over the 5 minutes saying, Clay, you kind of, again, I've been preaching this whole time about multiple time frame analysis, and I self-admittedly, I failed on that one. I didn't quite take notice of that. So that is what freaked me out on the 5-minute. And, I mean, as much as I'd love to get short here again, that 5 minutes got me a little leery. Again, one candle, even if you were to say, well, I'm shorting right here, I don't care that much about the 5-minute hammer, that's fine. Like, I would not call you crazy. I'm not saying you're acting as a degenerate. I would not say that at all. But from my perspective, me personally, that's just one of those, we'll have to agree to disagree, because for me, that 5-minute hammer candle has got me a little leery. But if you're saying, well, no, Clay, I think that the 5-minute, I think that bounce is going to fail because of this. Hey, I can see that too. One of us will be right, one of us will be wrong, but that's how trading goes. But yeah, for me, the 5-minute hammer has got me a bit sketched out. So as of right now, I'm glad I did take it off where I did, because, yeah, it did not go down, and now it's heading back up. But yes, there we go once again. The power, the importance of multiple time frame analysis, which I failed to do on that one. Lost track of the 5-minute, got too enamored by the 2-minute here. So right now, I would have been stopped out anyways. So yeah, I play that right. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I would have. I don't exactly remember where I had my stop. Somewhere probably right around here. So yeah, I would have been stopped out. That would have been a losing trade. So, all right, the power of multiple time frames, even if you miss it at first. A beautiful double bottom. I mean, kind of. Depends how you define double bottom, right? Because for me, my thought process was my quote-unquote bottom was right here at 84.50, but it never actually hit there. So that's what I mean by broad statements. I mean, maybe it was a beautiful double bottom if you define the bottom as anywhere from here up above. If you define this range as the bottom, then yeah, it was beautiful. But if you define the bottom as, the low right here, or the low of that candle right there, or anywhere around here, well then no. If that was your definition of where the bottom was, then it was not beautiful for you, because you didn't even get filled. So that's what I mean about this. Specifics are so important. Broad statements, as okay, not Happy Gilmore's mom. Bobby Boucher's mom would say, broad statements are the devil. Oh boy, the voices are strong. Get short here, boy. That's what they're saying. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm just gonna do it with one though. Did I miss it? I did. I missed it anyways. Well, never mind. A little too slow anyways. Maybe it'll give me another chance. I'll keep an eye on it here. Went long, 110, and just took a quick 10 points. I took him up on 3 different. Nice job, Mo. Congrats. Good thing that you went long right there. All right. So he was, I guess I don't want to speak for Mo, but I'm assuming he's probably using the 5-minute, and that hammer probably influenced some of his decision, but also self-admittedly, that's pure conjecture on my part. I'm not sure I can hold out much longer. From a bladder perspective, that is. There's no shame. I've held out for 2 hours and 30. Well, not that I've had to go pee the whole time, but I just noticed this. I don't mean to say pee break in bright yellow. That I just dawned on me like, oh, I wish I could say I was that clever, but I'm not that clever. Kyle's got a P2. All right, yeah. Make sure you stay hydrated. Pretty sure I could be a doctor. Anybody could be a doctor because it seems like the most, like 97.32% of all solutions from a doctor is, hey, just you got to drink more water. Clay, why do you enter on ask, bid instead of market? I'm asking either because of different in fees or because of the one tick price of, yeah, just because I like to try to bid the, if you go market, sometimes you can get slippage. But yes, there are definitely times and place where I should certainly go market. So fair question. It's just I guess because I'm greedy and I want the best possible entry point, and the best possible entry point is always going to be on the bid or on the, if you're going short, on the offer. But like as always, the market's very fair. Fine, if you want the best price, that's fine. But the counter to that is you may not get filled at all. I'm kind of just stuck right here, huh? I'm out up 197. Good job, Michael. Congrats. Good solid day. Congrats on that. I reclaim the crown by comments. Who knows? Who knows how this crown thing works? Yeah, right now I'm gonna have to go with SOH for the at least near term time being. SOH order meaning sit on hands, because it's kind of, I'm not quite sure what to think right now. I got a 1K payout. Fantastic, Firework. Congrats, man. Clay, are you trading of course. That's the only way to go about it. Pam's Plant, man. This is what it's all about right here. Pam's Plant. If you are a day trader and if you want to day trade the most efficient way possible, if you want to work smarter, not harder, then this is the ticket right here. All mathematically verifiable. This is an undefeated argument. Since the history of the live stream 6 months or 5 months ago, nobody has been able to defeat the logic here. And the problem for them is the logic is all based in math. Like mathematically, Pam's Plant, day trading futures through a prop firm is the most efficient way to go about day trading. But again, this is in the category of day trading. If you are investing or if you're a swing trading, then Pam's Plant does not pertain to you. But yes, to answer your question, I am 100% doing prop firms because it is just mathematically verifiable, the most efficient way to go about it, especially when you start to factor in and think about risk management, especially in this market of Trump tweets. Like, think about the market we are in. I think you are, with all due respect, I think to trade your own funds in the Trump tweet market, where any moment Trump could just tweet something and just cause a huge spike. Now, to be fair, yeah, maybe the spike helps you out. But also, to be fair, maybe it just completely goes against you. Well, Clay, that's what stop losses are for. And that's true, but these spikes that can be created by a Trump tweet, they don't care about stop losses. You are going to get a ton of slippage, and it could be a very nasty situation. So for me, I think it makes a whole lot of sense, again, from a risk management perspective, to be operating within a prop firm environment. What do you think about Apex? Apex is one of the two that I recommend, but for Apex, I only say if you are an intermediate or advanced prop firm trader. Now, no matter where you stand in your prop firm journey, I think Take Profit Trader is the best prop firm out there, especially from a payout policy standpoint. So I don't have anything against Apex, but if you're a beginner, I would certainly not say Apex, because Apex, very complicated from a rule standpoint, where Take Profit Trader, very clean rules, all that. So yeah, I don't have anything against Apex. But like I said, I would say, now if you're a beginner and then you eventually move into, okay, Take Profit Trader, you get your 5 accounts and you want to build your empire and now start with other prop firms, then yeah, I mean, at that point, I would no longer consider you a beginner prop firm trader. You're intermediate, you're advanced. So then at that point, I think moving to Apex would be fine. But yeah, if you're a beginner just getting started, I would say the most straightforward, clean, pathway is just with Take Profit Trader. That and they're who I use. They're who I I recommend Apex too. But those are the two prop firms that I recommend. And if you want to support the live stream, if you want my kids to eat, I got 6 kids I got to eat. My kids will only eat tonight if you use code Clay. So it's really just as simple as that. Currently, I have 2 funded accounts, and now I'm trying to pass 3 more. Nice job, Mo. Trump tweet actually gave me my best day and worst day. You're right. Yeah, that's kind of how it works. Trump gave me my best day this year, and he also gave, yeah. And that's just reality. I don't say that in a positive or negative. That's just a fact, right? Trump enjoys his Twitter account. And as traders, if you're in a trade and he just tweets something at, 11:37 a.m., it could be really good for you. It could really be really bad. But because I believe that risk management is the linchpin to everything, I'd always rather err on the side of the caution and risk management and not have to risk all of a sudden, poof, a stop loss having a bunch of slippage, and then you take a massive punch to the face. Whereas at least with prop firms, the worst case scenario for you is you lose your account. But as far as how much does that cost you out of your pocket, a couple $100 at most. Clay, do you have the same indicator set up on your 5-minute? I do, yeah, Jocko, yep. Yeah, and this is what I mean right now. I'm not, this all of a sudden is seeming kind of slow and grindy. So is this going to be just some slow, steady grind for the next, bit of time? Potentially. So that's why right now just still sitting on my hands. Now, if the 5-minute gets up into this area of the chart where we have more congestion, we have the 200 period, we have the VWAP, that dotted yellow, we have the 50 period moving average, that purple. If the price gets up around there, then yeah, that becomes pretty interesting to me. But as of right now, until the price gets up to that area, then, I'm kind of just going to be sitting on my hands and we'll see what happens. And the chat has gone quiet again. Brutal. Hey, we got to get this up to 175 likes. So surely there's 9 likes out there. If we want to keep this party moving, hit that like button. Let's get this up to 175 likes. I mean, in all actuality, the normal pace to really keep the party going would be 200 likes by the 3-hour mark, which I think we could probably do. So, yeah, about 17 minutes to get this up to 200 likes. So if you have not hit that like button, make sure you do that. If we can get this up to 200 likes here sooner than later, I'll go beyond the 3-hour mark. We'll make a run. We'll make a push towards the 4-hour mark. So, yeah, make sure you hit that like button if you have not yet. If you want to help influence how long this live stream goes, you can have you can do that via hitting that like button. All right, we are approaching those interesting areas on the 5-minute, so maybe, just maybe, interested in a short here potentially. But not going to commit to anything until I see some more stuff. I could have held my long at 23.110 and I'd be up. Well, I mean, coulda, shoulda, woulda. Welcome to the world of hindsight confirmation bias. Would you be crying had the price done the exact opposite? I don't think you would. I think you'd be patting yourself on the back saying, "Good job, you played it the right way." And I'm going to build some size here. Nothing huge, but going to get started with 1. MNQ. I'll short another one right there. Oh, unless it just wants to. Okay, I got 2. Mainly watching the 5-minute here. Three. Again, I keep going back and forth because I'm watching the 5-minute. That's mainly where this whole plan is coming from here. Got to get rejected here, though. Come on. I need you to come down some more. There we go. So another scalp there. I wanted to get up to 5 contracts. I only got up to 3. But again, I was just watching the 5-minute over here. Notice how it came up to that purple line and got rejected. But never really got up to the size position that I wanted. Could always try again, so we'll see if I can make that happen again. All right, good. We're at 175 likes. Got about... We need 25 more likes here in the next basically 13 minutes. So we'll see. Can we get 25 more likes in 13 minutes to keep the party going? This suspense is killing me. We'll see what happens. All right. We're once again right at that level. I'll do this instead. I'll just wait for it to come down. Let's see, 141, 147. Yeah, I'll do that. So I'll get short at that red line if it comes back down. And that'll be my stop. Okay, I'm in. Again, just trying to see if this does indeed want to reject off that 50-period simple moving average. Put my first target right there. I suppose this has been known to spike, so I'll throw another order down there just in case it spikes down. Not looking so good right now, though. Again, this green line up here is my stop. But very basic premise, just seeing if it wants to get rejected off that purple line. It's gotten rejected here many times before. There, 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 there. So will it do it again? If not, I'll have a losing trade. No need to overcomplicate it. Rolling stop up 20%. Rolling stop. Maybe they mean a trailing stop. How much are you initially investing? I have 15. I was wondering if this is a good... Oh, yeah, Eric. That's a more than good enough starting amount. Yeah, you could get started with what I'm doing, which we call Pam's Plant, day trading futures through a prop firm. You could get started, get yourself $25K in purchasing power for $90. Or I mean, at the top of the screen there. Or for $102, you could get yourself $50K in purchasing power. So yeah, $1,500 can go a long way within the world of prop firms. All right, come on down some more. Again, this green line here is my first profit target. Oh! How did you not fill me? There we go. That's one filled. That's good. Let's make this now break even. Let's make it a small winner in case it pops back up. So there you go. This will officially now be a green trade. And it might not be a very big one because my stop loss is slightly in the green, but let's see if it can come down here. This next green line is my next price target. So there we go. There is the rejection off of the 50. So now it's just a question of how far down does this rejection want to go. And I will have, I'll be able to participate in all that. So I'm in a very good spot right now, the sweet spot of trading. Not a question of if I make money, but how much. And that's the best stress to have. My only stress is how much money am I going to make on this trade? Because again, I'm short and I don't know the future. I don't know how far down this thing wants to go. So in theory, I could be making a whole lot more, but I don't know. Because I just don't know. And that's a great stress to have. How much money am I going to make? Not if I make money, but how much money am I going to make? Talk about a beautiful, beautiful stress to have. But looking like I might get stopped out here. Again, that green line right there is my stop. Come on back down. Come on. You know, let's just do this. Let's just let 2 work for me. It's a green trade. Who cares? Because if this thing pulls another one of these, Because this, if you remember, for here for that trade, I said, man, I wish I had my 2 contracts. So I'm at my 2 contracts. So we're going to let 2 go. Now, I'm not expecting it to collapse like it did here. But hey, you never know again. Because I don't know in the future. I don't know what's going to happen next. And so I'm stressed. But I'm just stressed not if I make money. How much money am I going to make? So let's just let this thing work for me. Because again, even if I get stopped out here, I'm still getting stopped out in the green. So I'm still making money. So literally, this is why I call it the sweet spot of trading. That is my only wonder right now. Eric, I can give you more insight too, but I want to let this trade play out. But yes, from a prop firm, from a Pam's Plant perspective, $1,500 will take you a very, very long way. See, I want to trade the P&L though. I want to get out. Why? Well, because if I get out right now, look, I'm up 33. That would actually wipe away the red. But don't trade the P&L. Do not trade the P&L. That is a voice I'm battling right now, my ego. Clay, just get out now so you can say, look, I wiped away all my red. Nope, not going to do it. We're going to let this thing play out, see if it can break down through that purple line. And very well may not. So that's this is a very credible bounce point. But hey, there are no guarantees. So maybe this thing does break down through and that spurs on more fear. And we get more downside selling pressure. Clay, would you put on more risk? What do you mean, Mikey? Would you put on more risk? I'm putting on the risk that I feel comfortable putting on, that my results tell me I should put on, but I'm not quite sure I understand your question. Plan the trade the plan, I once heard. That is a good saying for sure. Looking like I might be getting stopped out here, which is not totally shocking. Again, classic bounce right off the 50 period. But I'm holding out hope that maybe it can, this is just a failed pullback here. But I'm not expecting much, but you never know. And I am stopped. All right, well, gave it a try. And yes, in hindsight, Clay, you should have just taken it. You would have had that back to green. That's true. But had the price just collapsed, the same person would be saying, Clay, why did you take out your profits right here? Why didn't you let it work for you, right? Because that's all good old hindsight confirmation bias. More risk as in bigger stop or bigger stop? I don't know. It almost sounds like Mikey wants me going into degen mode. That was a high probability trade. I haven't seen you trade minis. Yeah. See, Mikey, I don't know, Mike. You're a very confusing person, Mikey. I've traded minis. No, to be fair, yeah, the most time I'm trading MNQs, but I've definitely done plenty of NQ trades too. In fact, Mikey, now that I think about it, my first trade on the live stream today was an NQ. Or you can call it greed. I'm not sure what, again, that you got to avoid words like it, they, that, this. I don't know what that is because there's a delay. So CS, I understand from your point of view, you're responding to something that I just said, but in my world, I said it like 3 to 4 seconds ago. So, or you can call it greed. I don't know what it is. So again, my best recommendation to anybody that types in anybody's live stream is be specific. Avoid words like it, they, that, saying just yes, saying just no. You know, again, say yes, and then say what you're saying yes to. But yeah, I'm not sure what could be called greed. So just a little FYI. But look at this. Right now, that purple line, what a stubborn thing. 50 period, still doing work. Not letting the price up above there. Anyways, good question here. Strategically speaking, what size prop account is the sweet spot for a beginner? I don't know. It's you could ask 10 different people that and 10 different answers. Or maybe you'd have some same answers, but their reasoning for why they're saying that would be different. So I think 50K is a good size. But again, Eric, is $1,500 enough? Yeah. I mean, for $1,500, Like I said, you could, in all theory, go and get yourself 150K purchasing power, because 150 purchasing power account is, only 216. I say only because, well, relative to having $1,500, that's a small drop in the bucket. But here's the thing: is Eric, was that your name? Who was that? Yeah, Eric. If you go and use that $1,500 and fund your own account, so in other words, you just do PAMs, you just trade futures, you don't do plant. Because of this fact right here, and please, people in the chat box, back me up on this, but funding an account with $1,500, because of that right there, because of how futures move, and they move great, $1,500, I'm not kidding, could be gone very, very quickly. Again, chatters in the back, in the chat, help me out. Let me know, right? I'm not exaggerating that. $1,500 could be gone just like that. But if you are using a prop firm, at least, the way that works and the way, this helps with the added risk control, specifically, how do you protect your own money? Well, with the prop firm, so let's just look at a quick situation. So same situation, and let's not even say you do something bad. Let's just say that it's a crazy Trump tweet and he create a big spike. Well, if you're in your own account, then that could literally be $1,500 gone. And if that's your own account, then, well, your journey's over, because like you just said, you only have $1,500. So you're done. Your trading journey is over. In the world of prop firms, if you go and do the 25K, well, that's going to cost you $90. Again, use code CLAY so you get the 40% off. But let's say, again, same situation, Trump tweet, boom, $1,500 gone. Well, because you lose $1,500, and that's the amount you're allowed to lose within the account, the consequence for you is, well, you lose your account. Now think about the two consequences. If you're using your own money, the consequence is, well, you lost $1,500, your trading journey is over. The consequence in the prop firm world is, your consequence is, okay, well, yeah, you lost your account, meaning total you lost $90. But check this out, your journey continues. It can continue, right? Because if you started with 1,500, whoops. Where did my calculator go? Did I accidentally? There you go. So if you're at 1,500 and instead you just spend 90 on the account, well, you still have $1,410 of your money left. And the cool thing is, and even if you lose this account, you can always try again. So you go, you get the account, so then you spend another $90. So let's spend $90 and check it out. You now have a fresh account. You can continue on with your journey. Whereas using your own money, if you were just doing PAMs, not PAMs plant, because again, plant is the argument for prop firms, well, your journey's done in that situation. So that's why I say day trading futures through a prop firm, it's more efficient. It will allow you to get punched in the face more because, again, the same punch, the punch being defined as $1,500, if it's your money, well, your journey's over per your situation, Eric, because you said you had $1,500. And but the same punch of $1,500 in the prop firm world is only costing you the $90 because, again, the $90 is what you spent on the account itself. So does that make sense, Eric? And I guess anybody else, does all that make sense? Let me know if you have any questions, but that is why around here I scream from the rooftops. PAM's plant. Day trade futures through a prop firm. There's no better way to go about day trading. There's no more efficient way. Again, that's all mathematically based. You just saw the math there. If you want to take a $1,500 loss with your own money, and that's all you have, well, your journey's over. But if you want to take a $1,500 loss within a prop firm, well, yes, sure, you lose your account, but as much as how much did you lose out of your pocket? $90. So if Eric's still here, hopefully that made sense. I lost $1,500 in 15 minutes, a trade that went sour. Thank you, Trader Don. So yeah, there, exactly. $15.99 would be gone so fast. Yep, yeah. Yep, so I don't know if Eric is still here, but yes. I used to watch your options trading stream. Mikey, with all due respect, no, you didn't. I've never had an options trading stream. Now, I guess maybe you mean my options trading like videos, but I've never live streamed any options tradings. I'm actually thinking long, not. Whoop. I don't know. I so just want to take a quick scalpy scalp so I can get that back to green. Got to be careful with that, though. Be careful with that. Careful, Clay. Careful. If this wants to come back down here, maybe that'd be a sign of a fake breakout. So looking for a fake breakout of this move. So only one to get filled at the red line. Now, if this is a genuine breakout, well then, so be it. But, you know, worst case is it comes down here, fills me, and then decides to be a breakout. That would be a not ideal environment. But I'm trying to leverage things in my favor by, if I get filled here, maybe I have more confirmation, more credibility that this is indeed a fake breakout. But I'm going to cancel that out because it did not really return to me in the... Yeah, there you go, Mikey. That makes more sense. On average, how long did it take you to pass your eval? Well, with Take Profit Trader, you have 5 days minimum. So you have to take 5 days. Now, you can take as long as you want to pass, but I always tell people get done within a month so that you don't have to pay this fee again. Because once you pass the test, that fee goes away. And once you're in your pro accounts, then there are no more monthly fees. You still get real-time data. So, I mean, really, you get real-time data for free at that point. But again, with Take Profit Trader, the minimum is 5 days in the test. You can take as long as you want, but minimum 5 days. But get it done within a month, which is more than enough time. Because, again, futures move, and futures move very quickly. Now, you may be thinking, well, geez, Clay, I know such and such prop firm says that you can pass it in 1 day. Well, that's true, but you also have to ask the question, how quick are you? How many days will it be until you're eligible to start to get payments, to start to get payouts? And some prop firms, yeah, you can pass in 1 day, but then the next phase is like 8 or 9 days. So the quickest you could ever get any sort of payment sent to your account is like 9 days, 8 days. But with Take Profit Trader, sure, the test phase is a minimum of 5 days. So you have at least 5 days. But here's the key thing. On day number 1 of your pro account, you could start to request money. So sure, other prop firms may say, hey, straight to funded, pass in 1 day. Well, yeah, but how many days is it going to be until I'm eligible for a payout? And then it's like, 8, 9, maybe more than that. But with Take Profit Trader, sure, the test is 5 days. But on day number 6, which would be day number 1 of your pro account, you can start to request payments. And you can request payments every single day too, which is why I think Take Profit Trader is the best. Because a lot of other prop firms, sure, maybe you made $5,000, but, well, you don't get to request $5,000 until, next week. And even next week, of the $5,000, you only get to request $2,000. Whereas Take Profit Trader, they're like, no, if you made $5,000 in the pro accounts, then you can request the $5,000 and in the full amount, and you can request it, you can request payments every single day. So to a lot of prop firm trader, I know if you're a beginner to prop firms, that maybe doesn't necessarily mean a whole lot, but I know for sure that prop firm traders that have used other prop firms, they're hearing that and saying, wait, did I just hear that right? Did I really just hear that you can get paid and make payout requests every single day if you want, in any amount you want? Yes, you heard that right. That would be the thing that really separates Take Profit Trader. And again, use code CLAY. Code CLAY. All proceeds from using code CLAY goes to feed hungry children. And those hungry children happen to be mine, because I have 6 of them. UIC Take Profit Trader is the best. Agreed. They are the best. Fully agree. When I blow... Yeah, there you go, Jim. I told you I was going to use it. Nobody laughs, though. Nobody ever laughs at it. Yes, that's the line, but I have not. I used it a couple times yesterday. No laughs. No laughs at all. Bunch of I don't know what kind of senses of humor these people are. Man. When I pass the evaluation and I blow an account, do I have to redo that? Yeah, yep. Yeah, Trader Cat, you can now with Take Profit, you can technically reset your pro account, but it is crazy expensive. Like how expensive? Like for one pro account reset, you could go reset like 5. You could get yourself 5 like more test accounts. So in my mind, it's well worth it just going through the test phase again. But that's also why I believe in circulating, having multiple accounts going. Like right now, I'm always in the process of trying to pass tests, but also have pro accounts in the work. That way, if I blow one of my pro accounts, I already have another pro account that I can just plug right in. So that's why I'm a big believer in having multiple accounts so that you have a system going on where you're passing accounts. And then once you get pro accounts, you're still working on passing other accounts so that if you do blow that pro account, okay, you have another one to plug in right away. So that's my approach to because the temptation can be very big of, oh, I just blew the pro account. I don't want to have to go through another test again. Let me just repay. Well, yeah, but if you had been doing what I'm doing, where you're doing multiple accounts, passing, keeping things in reserve, then you wouldn't have to worry about, oh, do I have to pay this crazy amount to reset the pro account? You would just say, no, I don't, because I already have another pro account waiting to be activated just like that. So hopefully that makes sense too. That's a little bit more in depth of kind of prop firm strategy in and of itself. But I would not agree with just doing one prop firm at a time. Because then you find yourself in that potential problem where you pass, you get to the pro account, and then you do something stupid and you blow up the pro account. Then you're like, oh man, now I got to go through the 5 days again. Whereas if you're always in the process of passing more accounts, building up a stable of past accounts, I think that's a good way to go about it. And we are in total grind mode right now. Total grind mode. So I was thinking maybe this was a fake breakout. That's why I put that, but this was not a fake breakout. That was a completely legitimate breakout. What do you think about copy trading? Trade 3 or 5 accounts at the time. I mean, personally, I would not. Well, I don't know. It depends. How many past accounts do you have in backup? So, example, Diego, if you have 5 past test accounts, and you have 5 pro accounts, and I guess go ahead and copy trade all 5. Because if you blow all 5 at once, which is what comes with potentially copy trading, at least you have 5 more you could plug right back in. So I guess my question, Diego, is, well, how many past accounts do you have sitting in the background? Because the nice thing with Take Profit Trader is they don't charge you per month to store accounts. Once you pass an account, it'll just sit there at no other monthly fees. So right now, I don't know how many, but I have several past accounts. I know other prop firms, you have to pay every month to just have those accounts sitting there. But with Take Profit Trader, after you pass, there are no more monthly fees. You can just sit there, keep them in storage with no extra fees, which is one of those finer tune details that that actually makes a big difference from like I said, a prop firm strategy point of view. Oh, my background, I don't know. Started the website, started this claytrader.com YouTube channel back in 2013. Got involved in trading 2006. Been around the block quite a bit. I have 3 pro accounts so far, working with 6 test accounts. Okay, yeah. Well, how many? No, okay, Diego. How many past test accounts do you have? Or is that what you mean? 3. Fitness guru. That's true. What do you think about? Yes, that is a fee. I'm sorry. Thanks, Clay. I gotta head out. Yeah, cheers, Miss Tiny Shipper. Okay, well, I mean, again, if you copy trade all 3 and you do something stupid and you blow all 3, now you're going to be sitting there with nothing that you can plug in. So you are going to go through a phase where you now no longer have any pro accounts. So that's just something to consider. But if you said, well, no, I have 3 past accounts that I have not yet activated, well, then I'd say, okay, go ahead. Copy trade all 3. Because if you blow all 3, you already have 3 past in the background that you can plug in right away. Just hit 1025 P&L. Nice job, Kyle. Very good job. Congrats. Does that all make sense, Diego? Maybe buy a pullback here to this pink line. With a test account, I trade mini and micro. With a pass account, I do only micro. Okay, I get that. Fine, but that's not really relevant to what I'm saying here. I'm just trying to walk you through the account management standpoint. All I'm trying to get at is, if you blow a pro account, do you have any accounts in reserve where you can immediately plug them back in? That's just what I'm trying to convey as your key consideration point. Did anybody take that breakout, though, on the 5-minute? I mean, that 50 period had quite the track record. Did anybody take that breakout right there? On the long side, that is? If so, congrats. You You chose wisely. Did I hear this right? TPT will not charge you for laser test account and store it for a while. I think you had a typo there, but correct, Sam. You could pass, in theory, 10 accounts. Let's say you could have 20 passed accounts. So yeah, they're only going to let you trade 5 pro accounts. So you could have 5 pro accounts passed that you're trading, and then you could have 20 passed accounts. But these accounts over here that are passed but not activated, you don't pay any monthly fees on those because they're a passed account, which means that monthly fee goes away. But they do not charge you anything to store them. So yes, you did hear that right. Which again is one of those things, Sam, where I bring it up. I think a lot of people are like, wait a second, did I hear that right? Because that's actually very cool. That's actually very convenient to know that you can literally build storage. I call it a stable, right? My horses, and in my stable, in my horses, I have horses ready just in case any of my current race horses die because I blow the account. I can bring another account out, or I can bring another horse out from the stable and plug it right back in. Yeah, it's I would say a very convenient feature that a lot of people are not aware of and gets overlooked. But I understand. I mean, to beginner, all this stuff kind of doesn't. Wait, what's this guy talking about? But after you get more involved in the prop firms, you come to appreciate. Oh, that's actually a really nice little minor detail that Take Profit, Trader offers. Yeah, storing ready-to-go accounts. Yeah, exactly. At no price. Now, again, to be fair, other prop firms, you can do the same thing. You can store accounts, but there are, usually there's fees that come with storing the account, but not with Take Profit Trader. Is there a limit to how many test accounts and pass accounts you can buy and hold? Nope. That's the crazy thing. Again, actively trading accounts, you can have up to 5 pro accounts at once. So you could copy trade the 5 accounts. So for example, the copy trading, if you make one trade. So actually, I'll just bring this down so you can see so what we're talking about here is what I refer to as the nuclear explosion growth, the copy trading. So with Take Profit Trader, you can have 5 accounts total. So in other words, if you go and you make one trade, and on that trade you make, let's just say $500, but then you copied it. So, down here you copied it to a total of 5 accounts. Well, now you made that one trade. You only made the trade one time, but by copying it, technically that trade occurred 5 times. So $500 times 5 accounts, you actually have now $2,500. So that is the power of copy trading. Is you can see the nuclear explosion growth. Now, of course, if you take that one trade and you copy it to 4 other accounts, and then you start acting like a degen, and making poor choices, those poor choices are also being copied to your 4 other accounts. So there is the downside to it too. But my point here is this: you can have 5 accounts active at once, 5 pro accounts that you can copy trade, but then in the background storing up accounts, you can have as many as you want. So that's why I say, if you go and take a bad trade and boom, all your pro accounts are gone, but you have 10 here waiting in the background. Well, now you can plug 5 back in. And of course, your stored accounts would now go back down to 5 because you just activated 5 more. So that's, like I said, that is why I'm always in the process of passing new accounts so I can just keep my stable full of racehorses so that when racehorses die, because, yeah, blowing up accounts is part of prop firm trading. I get it. That sounds really bad. Wait, blowing up accounts, that sounds terrible. It does until you consider the risk. So if somebody, quote unquote, blows up a 100K account, well, I mean, that means you're out basically $200, right? So sure, it takes $3,000 loss to blow it up, but I mean, I'm only going to speak for myself. I'd rather not lose $3,000 of my own money. I'd rather not have that be the consequence. I'd rather have the consequence of losing $3,000 being only losing $198 because they take the account away from me. So yes, blowing accounts is part of it, but then you start to get into some of those situations where, well, if I blow an account and I got to go through all the test stuff again. No, make it so you don't have to go through the test stuff again. Make it so that you can take one account and plug it right back into the other. So, that's my opinion. That's my approach. I'm not saying it's the right approach, but I think that there is quite a bit of discouragement that can come if you blow a pro account and now you have to be like, oh, now I got to go through the test phase again. I can see some annoyance with that. So again, that's just my personal approach. That's what I'm doing. A lot of people, so you're trading test accounts right now? Yes, because I'm always trading test accounts because I'm always trying to pass to build up my stable of racehorses. No, there's no time limit, Sam. Goodness. There is no time limit. I'm yelling at Sam because I know Sam, and Sam has a thick skull. He's a donkey sometimes, very stubborn. There is no time limit, Sam. The people that I know, sometimes I yell at them a little bit more. So there we go. There's a little, I don't know how we got on the topic there of kind of prop firm account management, if you will, but that's how I'm managing it. And again, I know it works with Take Profit Trader because there's no fee, but if there is a fee and you're paying money to store these accounts, then yeah, the numbers can start to work against you a little bit and it becomes a little bit sloppier. But with Take Profit Trader, a nice little feature. No, I'm not going to take it easy with you, Sam. Stop being so thick-headed. If there was a time limit, I would have told you there was a time limit. You know what I'm saying, brother? Yeah, this is totally sit on hands right now as I look over at the 5-minute. I mean, do you go short right now? Personally, I'd be scared of going short because, I mean, this seems like it could just be a slow and steady grind. But do I really want to go long right now? I mean, after this big old move here, barely any pullback. I don't know if that seems very wise either to go long. So definitely right now, for me at least, in just kind of a wait and see type scenario and figuring out what the price actually wants to do. That'd be amazing. If anybody did buy that breakout of the 50 period and you're still in, that would be crazy. LK Trades. Hello, LK Trades. I recognize that name. Good to see you. Okay, been a while. I've been told that reminders help. So if you are enjoying and you have not yet hit that like button, please do so. We really do need to get this. In fact, I'm gonna lay down so we have about 12 minutes. We need to get this up to 200 likes, or I'll just call it good. We'll call it a 3.5 hour live stream. I'll just assume that people have kind of lost their interest. So if you are finding value, if you are interested and you want to keep the live stream going, hit that like button right now. We got to get this up to 200 likes. We are very well so behind pace than what we normally are. So if you have not yet hit that like button, we got to get this up to the 200 like mark here in the next 11 minutes. I think we can do that. We need 13 more. So hopefully there's 13 people out there that are interested enough to hit that like button. I know, I hear you, Sam. It is. It seems too good to be true. But yes, that's one of those little small details that makes Take Profit Trader just that much better. I guess in the past, now that I think about it, usually I would do super chats too. I don't know. What's a fair super manager? $10. There we go. So either get this up to 200 likes in the next 10 minutes or $10 combined in super chats. And hey, in this situation, at least you could now get a crown. You could now get a crown to show your super chat. So there we go. I always forget that in the past, it's either likes or super chats. All right. Still interested. I would be interested if this pulls back to the pink line here, the 200 period moving average. I could see being interested in picking up a long, but as of right now, you know, it's first got to actually do that. How much you have to make to pull out 2K from how much you have to make to pull out from you'd have to make 4 because the buffer is 2. So anything above 2 you get to keep, Roman. Still in the trade since I'm looking for making the 150K look. Yeah. See, that's what I mean, Noki. You got quite, I don't want to say cocky, but You got a little overconfident in your proclamation that we are headed down to 23,065, and my friend, it went the exact opposite direction. So you're still in that trade? Okay, that must be another trade you're talking about. But I do remember you earlier. Like I said, I don't want to say you were cocky about it, but you seemed pretty darn confident. Oh yeah, we're headed down to 065. And no, it's been going the other direction. So again, just because I care about you, maybe tone down the confidence levels at times. Maybe tone it down a little bit. You got to be confident as a trader, but the minute confidence crosses into arrogance and overconfidence, there can be problems. Oh, gotcha. All right, still waiting to see if it wants to pull back. We have about 7 minutes to get 7 more likes or $10 in super chats. Looks like it's going to be a barn burner. The party's going to continue beyond the 3.5 hour mark. Got to get this up to 200 likes, folks. We'll see if it can happen or not, brothers. Whew. Pretty small little candles here. Small little candles. What's the ES up to right now? Poor little ES, I haven't even looked at it. Ooh, ES is at an interesting level. At the close from the previous session, which is what that is documenting. Got to be careful at this level for you ES people. Check it out. It's not necessarily a problem of breaking through that level, but maintaining the breakout. Look at that. Fake breakout. Fake breakout. Fake breakout. Again, doesn't mean that this fakeout would be, or that this breakout is going to be fake, but hopefully nobody would be shocked if it broke out and then all of a sudden came back down like it did over here. So that's where the ES currently stands, but let's hop back over to the NQ. All right, 3 more likes. I think we got it. 3 more likes and we're all set. Five minutes looking a little delicious. Man, it's crazy. We have 164 people here. How are there? JJ just went into effect. See, just lost the like. So now we need 4 more. That's what I mean. That's the JJ effect. Some people are like, oh yeah, I'm taking my like away. Oh, boom. Just like that, 201. All right. We had a JJ out there somewhere, but that JJ just got smacked in the face. He's like, oh yeah, I'm taking away my like. And then other people showed up and were the knight in shining armor. Sorry, JJ, that's what I mean. That's not you. That's a former JJ from a few months ago that got banned. Don't worry, you are rebranding the name of JJ for the better. But nonetheless, we still do have the JJ effect. But no, it's not you. Especially since you are royalty here. With the crown and number 1. Oh boy. This is quite the range here, huh? Pretty tight. So we are totally just in a wait and see holding pattern right now. Maybe we should take a poll. Let's do this. Let's take a poll. See, what do people think? Is this going to go up or down? this range? Will it go up? Go down? Here we go. Which way is this range going to go? Let's take a look here. Ooh, really? Okay. Man, so many not courageous people. We got 165 people here, and right now we're at 25 votes. It's okay if you're wrong. No, a sideways is not an option, because this is not going to go sideways the rest of the day. There will be a point where the price makes its mind up. Really? All right, the bear, it seems to be the bears. Wow, why are so many people scared? 168 people got 37 votes, 39 votes. What in the world? It's okay if you're wrong. Not the end of the world, I promise. All right. I will end it. So the poll ended at 62% say down. Well, we will see what happens. There's the top part of the range. Oh, the downs. The downs. Uh-oh. Oh, the Bulls got a chance. Or I'm sorry, the Bears, the down people, they're looking maybe smart here. Matt, because I was long. I shouldn't laugh because I've been there before. A frustrating thing. So I only laugh because I can relate. I've been there. So I'm not laughing at you. I'm more so laughing with you. Oh, gotta love the... All right, well, it's, again, seemingly still just ranging. It happens. Had an amazing night last night. Oh, Matt, were you long before that big crazy move up happened? And just like that, back up it goes again. Welcome to the range. Needed to sweep. Oh, goodness. Oh, I think I need to turn. I think I need to take certain words and just ban them. Is that possible? Where like certain people can just be banned if they use certain words? Like, is that possible? That would be fantastic. The problem is sometimes people use those words in a joking fashion, and I don't want those people to get banned. So it's tricky. We need an algorithm that knows whether or not people are joking when they type certain words. What was that? NVIDIA. NVIDIA news. NVIDIA was like, they're now allowed to sell something to China, Mark. That was the news. All right, well, back to the top part of the range we go. So we are still waiting to see who is right. What was that poll? 62% said down. The rest said up. So they were looking right for a second, and then just like that, the Bulls were like, wait a second. Wait a second. What don't I'm not going to go there, Mo. I'm not going to go there. I rant and rave too often about it. Not today, though. Not today. I'm going to show some self-restraint. You made $170 on that quick scalp. I'd love to just watch you trade once, Mark, because I swear some of your trades are like so quick. Man, is this thing... Look at this 5 minute. What a savage looking move here. I mean, at this moment, so let's just... So at that moment in time, when the chart looked like this, man, it was like, all right, here the bears are. The bears are picking back up, and then boop, next candle just, man, straight up. That's some tough movement. Most of your trades are less than 2 seconds. So you must be using ATM orders then, I assume. All right, now we're at the top of the channel. So, is the poll going to prove people wrong? I don't know. Or is this movement going to prove the poll wrong? We'll see. Higher time frame demand zone at 23,100. Demand zone. You mean support? Is that what you're saying? I mean, I would say the support is right down here at 23,085. I would call that the support. So that's my opinion. 23,100. I'd be down around here. Well, now we're just sitting at the top of the range, trying to figure out which way does this thing want to go. So even like demand zone, like who, back when I was a kid and I got started in trading and I had to walk to charting school uphill both ways in the snow in my bare feet. Back in the day, we just called those things support and resistance levels. Somewhere along the line, people started making up a bunch of terms like demand zones. You know, but back in my day, I use bodies for zones. Okay. Malaysian SNR. No, I realize they're the same. That's my point. My point is a lot of... I mean, I understand why people come up with new terms and stuff, you know. A certain group of someones that I'll allow to remain nameless, they sure do like to come up with all these like cool sounding terms that's just like, okay, you're just rephrasing stuff that's already like, you know. But I get it. I get it. There we go, and back down we go. What? Welcome to the range, folks. I'm very tempted to try one of these 2-second trades. You never answered my question though, Mark. So are you using ATM orders? Is that how you're getting these 2-second trades? Let's try a 2-second trade here. $12 ticks. We got to get a 2-second trade. Yes, or I just have the buy-sell set up in advance because I copy trade. Gotcha. All right, I'm going to buy the market here. See if we... Okay, there. 1,001. 1,002. Hey, you said 2-second trades. Why am I still in this thing? Now, before you go and think this guy's crazy, what is he doing? He's making a mockery of... No, I'm on 1MNQ, okay? So everybody just calm down, and I'm in a prop firm, okay? So I have so many layers of risk control right now that it's okay. I promise. So notice, though, that when I got filled, my orders just showed up. So that's an ATM that I'm using right now. Well, you never tell me the right setups ahead of time, Mark. All you do is show up like, I just made $8,000 in 3 seconds. Oh, thanks for telling me in the past. Oh, give me a break. Don't act like a setup just appears out of nowhere. You can see a setup starting to take place. See, I'm the weirdest guy on YouTube. I choose the biggest scumbags as my mods. Like, look, Mark is a mod and a total scumbag. Apple Trader is a scumbag, and he's totally a mod too. So I go with the scumbag model for mods. Yep, Kyle's scum. That's right. That's right. If you're not a scumbag, you may not be a mod. Well, we are now back to the bottom part of the range. I bet they all wear Chuck Taylors. What is Chuck Taylor? Converse shoes. Aren't Converse kind of like back in style now? Okay, we are now back at the bottom of the range. So if this range continues, it should eventually go back up here and hit that yellow line. So my red line right there, which is my target, should get hit. I mean, if this range is going to play out. And because guarantees exist in the market, I guess I'm guaranteed to have a winning trade here. Isn't that how trading works? Guarantees exist? I'm pretty sure that's how it works. Your first skate shoes. Jocko, were you a skater? Who here knows what a skater are? Like the skaters in school? Does that term mean anything to people here? Like, oh man, that dude's a skater. Anybody remember the skaters? You seriously don't know what a skaters? Oh man, you are making me feel real old. Yeah. Oh, in the 70s? Man, existed. So yeah, I remember it. I was in, let's see, my first year of high school was 1998. So yeah, 90s skaters definitely existed too. Yeah, with the big baggy pants and everything. Like, are we all thinking about the same thing? Skaters, big baggy pants. They would sag their pants, right? Their butt cracks hanging out. Are we all on the same page? That's what I mean by skater. He was a skater boy. He said, "See you later, boy." Who sings that? Little music trivia. He was a skater boy. They said, "See you later, boy." Na 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 na. Man, I am so aging myself right now. Come on, hit me. Oh, are you serious? You're not going to film me? Oh, don't do that. We're not going to... No, homie, don't play that. Homie, don't play this game. What? You're not going to go up to that red line and not film me. You little dirtbag. Trader Don, Trader Cat, Matt. We're all revealing our ages here. Well, at this point, I might as well go for a little bit more. If it goes back up there, we'll see if it... Again, this is just totally kind of a... It sounds really bad, but just kind of was a joking around trade. I told you why I don't sing much on the live stream. When I sing too much, everybody starts sending me their underwear. Male and female included. I get women's bras. I get men's bras. You know, I just don't want it. My wife doesn't like when, because then she's got to do more laundry. So no, I'm not going to sing too much because I know I am the songbird of my generation and that my voice causes people to fall in love. Manzier, yeah. That's Seinfeld, right? I think. I'm even older. I knew it because of, oh, your kids? Just bounce. Although right now, I don't know. Is this kind of a within the range? Do we now have a lower high? Is this the leading indicator that this thing is about to maybe push down through the bottom? I don't know. Sam, don't be jealous of me. You know, we both know, you know it, I know it, that my voice is the best thing you've ever heard. And on my wife's behalf, please, Sam, stop sending me your underwear. I know you're in love with me, but my wife would appreciate if you stopped mailing your underwear to my house, because I know you've heard me sing on several occasions. So if you could do that for me, Sam, more so for my wife. I'm not interested in seeing your unicorn heart underwear anymore, okay? Just not interested. We got way too many washing machines. I did, G. Brooks. Very good. G. Brooks, I missed the word soup at first. I was like, okay, I'm gonna have to think through this one. But wow, in that sentence, G. Brooks, soup makes a massive, massive difference. So that's a good example of a sentence where you don't want to scan, because I did kind of scan and skim like I normally did, and I thought, oh boy. But then the word soup, wow, that changed the structure of that sentence so quickly. Oh boy. Where's your stop loss? I don't know. I do know. It's just below the range here. Oh my goodness. Can you make a move? Excuse me, sir. All right. So there's the loss on that one. Well, it looks like the down people were ultimately right. We still had to wait another 15 minutes, but those that voted in the poll, you thought the range was going to break to the downside. Congratulations. Hopefully you were short. Hopefully you put some money where your mouth was, because that's a very good call on your part. I'm going to try another one here at the 21 EMA. One of these ATM orders in the 5-minute. It's got to come down a little bit more. How did I miss that? Okay, well. Okay. See if we can get another one here. Notice how both lines showed up right away. So that's kind of an ATM order. You tell it where you want to buy, and then it automatically puts in where your profit target is. You can also do a stop losses and stuff like that, but that is what an ATM order looks like in practice. I actually may build a little bit more on this one because I have a stop loss down there that's defined. Remember earlier I mentioned the whole, man, do we all of a sudden have a lower high within the range? Is that a leading indicator? Boo, there was the leading indicator. I did pick up another one. Blue line is my average price. Keep coming up. No, too much hesitation. All right. Hindsight will be my judge. Did I get impatient? If this next candle turns big green, yes, I got too impatient. If this candle goes red, then I'm a genius. So hindsight either has me looking like a genius or looking like a bozo. Right now, look like we're in the bozo category. That's all right. That's hindsight for you. I'm surprised usually the general consensus is wrong. Guess the crowd is more advanced than most, though. Exactly. We're a sophisticated crowd here, Kyle. I do agree, though. It seems like on other live streams, the general consensus is usually like, just go against what most people think. But I'd like to think, we don't have a huge live stream. Hopefully we can continue to grow. But I'd like to think that we have a sophisticated variety here. Might be interested in another long again if it comes down to this area right around here. In fact, we'll try another ATM order down there. So what this means is the green line is my entry, and then the dotted yellow line will be my profit target. The reason this is dotted right now is because the first area it's got to hit is that green line. He thinks Travis, I know you are sophisticated. So you're right. I don't think, I know. Now, beautiful, that's another thing. I don't know if anybody here is as beautiful. Well, nobody's as beautiful as I am. But sophisticated, yeah, I know so. I'm an engineer also. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Man, we got all sorts of congestion down here. Again, it doesn't guarantee any bounces, but man, you got the 200 period, you got the VWAP, and you got the purple line all right there. So is that a guaranteed bounce area? No, there's no such thing as a guaranteed bounce area. Is that an area where I would not be surprised if it bounced? No, I would definitely not be surprised if the price decided to bounce from that area. Clay, I'm a simple guy. Yeah, simple and sophisticated. You dirty scoundrel. Well, right now it has completely found support now at that pink line, the 200 period moving average. Got the fake breakdown, came back up. You're asking Travis. Yeah, that is true, Travis. What kind of engineer are you? I don't know. Maybe this is a short. Try to play a break of the 200 period. Stop up here, and what would that be? 55. Oh, wow, it's like a 10-point stop. Mechanical. Nice. Nice. How's the job market? I mean, not that you're searching, but I've been out of the engineering game for a long time. Is the job market still pretty healthy for those with engineering degrees? Travis? Again, I have an order down here to buy at the green line. Actually going to move that down a little bit more so I can get on the 5-minute down to that more so congestion area of the chart. Airline industry looking. What part of the airline industry? Like mechanical, yes, been doing it for over 35 years. But, okay. At the same place, or do you jump around jobs quite a bit? Because I realize if you're at the same place, then you probably have no idea what the job market's like. I would assume, but again, it is an assumption on my part that the job market for engineers are still pretty structures and avionics. Yeah, it seems like mechanics would be another field. Like if you want to have a good kind of career trajectory, whether that is start your own business or just have a job, seems like mechanics would be a good thing to go into too. Man, Olo, still at it. Again, that's one of those things where from a chatter perspective, you gotta avoid the broad word, still at it. I have no idea what that's in reference to. You're gonna have to define it for me. But was a shopper for 30 years. Gotcha. Got to figure out why my VWAP is different on the 5-minute, on the 5 and 2-minute. Yeah, that'd be a good thing to figure out. That would be, I agree. That would be a good a good pursuit to figure out. Hey, as a reminder, hit that like button if you have not yet. We did hit over 200, which is always encouraging. But every little bit helps. So if you haven't yet, and if you're enjoying, hit that like button. All right, let's see if it can come down to that green line. Shopper is a contract worker for the layman. Gotcha. I was wondering what you meant by that. All right, we're coming down. Again, ATM order is in play, meaning if this green line gets hit, my sell will automatically go into play. So it's not like I have to even hit the sell. So we're waiting. We're waiting to see if it wants to revisit these areas. Trying to be patient. Try not to adjust my order up too far too quick. Will I be successful in that? That remains to be seen. Man, that's wild. Okay, so everybody here, for the most part, must have already hit the like button. Because the likes went up by 2. So that must be the data analysis on that. The vast majority of people here have already hit the like button, which, fine, fair enough. How easy is it to make a living doing this? I don't know, because I don't know how you define make a living. I don't know where you live. For example, somebody living in Alabama, it will be easier to make a living than somebody living in San Francisco or New York City or, I don't know, Hawaii, where the cost of living is very expensive. So the ease, the geographics in and of itself, just geography is a huge influence in how easy it is. But even with that, if your definition of make a living is you need to have a bunch of Rolex watches, 7 different cars, 3 different mansions, I'm not saying there's anything wrong with any of that. I'm just saying that that's a very broad question, Elvin. But yes, I do not know of very many I don't know of any actually full-time traders. I'm not a full-time trader. I think that's a poor goal. I think the goal, as I do and as I preach, multiple streams of income. Every wealthy person I've ever studied has one thing in common: multiple streams of income. So I cannot call myself a full-time trader because, this is not my only, I make money in several ways, including if you use code CLAY. So right there, that is a stream of income. Now, before you go, what do you mean you don't know of any full-time traders? I know such and such, and then you give me somebody's YouTube channel. Yeah, you just gave me somebody that's not a full-time trader. Again, good for them. They have multiple streams of income. Fantastic. Well, what about so-and-so? Oh, yeah, they sell a Discord. Again, cool. Multiple streams of income. But I think it's a bad goal to say, I want to be a full-time trader. I think the better goal would be, I want to build multiple streams of income. So I'm not a full-time trader. I cannot imagine, because I have 6 kids. But the thought, if I have 0 other streams of income, and then I'm a trader, and now I have 6 kids I have to feed, keep a roof over their head, get clothes for them because they grow like weeds, the mental pressure of that would pop my head like a pimple. That is why there is power in multiple streams of income from a trading standpoint. It helps alleviate the pressure. So I know longer time members are sick and tired because I'm always preaching multiple streams of income. But like I said, every wealthy person I've ever studied, and don't take my word for it, go study wealthy people. But I am kind of giving you a spoiler. I'm ruining the punchline because you're going to notice all wealthy people have multiple streams of income. So I would encourage you to do the same. So how easy it is to make a living from trading? If trading is your only, I would dare to say basically impossible, because I don't know any full-time traders. Again, a full-time trader being defined as somebody where their only stream of income is from trading. I don't know any. Rule 1 to be wealthy. You only need 1. Spend less than you earn. That is a good, mathematical requirement, without doubt. Exactly. Well, yes, you will be wealthy. I agree, Judd, but wealthy is also a word where, you got to be defined. Well, what do you mean by wealthy? Some people would say, hey, I just want to have my bills paid. I want to be able to keep food on the table for my family. And if you can do that, if I can lay in bed without stresses of how our bill is going to get paid, to me, that is wealth, to which I would agree. Other people might say, no. Wealth is owning seven yachts. Okay, cool. Wealthy to me is no stress about money. I agree with that definition. So, Elvin, I'm not trying to discourage you. I'm just saying that approach trading as, hey, I want this to be one stream of income amongst many others that I am in pursuit of. So that's why I never let anybody make you feel bad or feel stupid. If they're like, you have a full-time job. What they're literally laughing at you for having an additional stream of income. Like, that's ridiculous. Anybody that makes fun of you for being a trader with a full-time job, they're definitely not successful. They're like, trust me, they're probably living in their mom's basement. Going, meatloaf. They're probably eating meatloaf as they tell you that, okay? Right, Noki, but Judd offered his definition. His definition is no stress about money. But yes, you will definitely always be stressed about money if you spend more than what you earn. Unfortunately, you are not the U.S. government or any other governments where you can just like print money. It just, unfortunately, it doesn't work that way. So, but yes, the backbone, the pillar, the basic math equation, which is why I always reject the notion, well, I didn't learn about money in school. They need to teach more about money in school. You were taught about money in school. I think you were taught about it in like second grade. It's called addition and subtraction. If you spend more than what you make, it's just a basic math equation called addition and subtraction. You're going to have problems. At the end of the day, personal finance is that straightforward. I don't want excuses of, well, I didn't hear about tax strategy. You don't have to hear about tax strategies. What is this? A tax strategy means nothing to you if you spend more than you make, okay? So yes, everybody has learned about money. If you learned about addition and subtraction in school, you were taught the most important thing about personal finance. To me, it's a cope, it's a cop-out, it's an excuse. Woe is me. It's school's fault because I didn't learn about personal finances. No, false. It's not hard math. If you spend more than you make, you're going to have problems. A child knows this. I don't know. I don't like how this is consolidating right above my entry point. So I got to cancel it out at this point. Because right now I'm thinking, am I going to be buying at like the prime breakdown part? I'm not looking to buy as something is breaking down. So it is just consolidating. And look at the 5 minute. Look at it. Just, I would have thought this sideways action was occurring down around this area. But right now, is this just setting up the flush down through all these areas? So man, I left that order out there quite a while. Yes, I want to be able to have trillions and trillions in depth, same as the U.S. government. Yeah, it's a wild situation. All right, I guess that was kind of essentially. No, I was in the 40s. Okay, so I still would not have been filled. Yeah, I just can't do it now. This it's a sketchy breakdown though too. To be getting short right now. So yeah, this is an SOH sit on hands moment for me because if you're getting short right now, man, you're thinking that the Bears can have enough strength to push down through all these areas, which they could. But is that like? And there it is right there. But was that like the most probable thing? I don't know. But I will say this. I'm glad I canceled my buy order. Holy smokes. News? What's going on here, folks? Well, that one worked out. Again, that is why I canceled my buy order. I didn't like how it was consolidating right above. I'm not looking to be a buyer when something is just starting to break down. So penny saved is a penny earned on that one. I came in late and heard you mention that there is no charge for stored past accounts. Is there an expiration, or do you have to use them periodically? No. Once you Manilow, once you pass a profit, again, I'm talking about with Take Profit Trader, but once you pass the account, just don't activate it. Like when I say on an account, it's been passed, but it's not activated. So you have, I'll do this. You have the test phase, you have the pass phase, and then let's call this the activated phase. So once you pass a test and it moves into the pass phase, right here there's no money. Zero. So you test, you put into the past, so you can build up as many as you want right here. So during the active phase, if you blow a pro account because you've activated it, activating it is what turns it to a pro account, then yeah, you can just bring one over from the past into that one. Diego, it's very self-explanatory. Just right here, click, and then it gives you the choices. ATM name, show in ticks, or you could do, all other things you can just type. I mean, it just click right there. It's very self-explanatory. Oh, trying to get that one. Missed it. Mo Futurist took a short. Okay, here, Mo, I don't recognize your name, so I think you're new to the live stream, Mo. This is what we like to do here. If you want, not that we don't believe you, I'm not accusing you of making this stuff up, but hopefully you can understand our perspective that this is the internet. People can kind of hindsight stuff all they want. So in the future, Mo, do this for us, and this will be the chef's kiss. Give us an entry point, a stop loss, and a target. Give us those three numbers before. I repeat, before the price gets to any of those levels. And then that, like I said, that's the chef's kiss. But when you show up and you tell us what you did in the past, again, I'm not doubting you. I'm not saying that that's not happened. I'm just saying, given this is the internet, things are way more impressive if somebody shows up, gives us the numbers beforehand, and then we can see how things play out with those numbers, from that point forward. So I appreciate the feedback. I appreciate you participating. But like I said, around here, those are the chef's kiss examples. Those three numbers ahead of time. No, you don't have to, like I said, you don't have to, the best way to prove anything is just to give us those three numbers ahead of time. There's no need to, like I said, that is by far the best proof. Well, I can send you this. I can do it. I was like, no, you don't have to do any of that. Just give us the numbers ahead of time. Entry point, stop loss, target. Those three numbers before the price gets any of those levels. And then there we go. And then, we can all watch and observe and cheer for you. And even if you're wrong, oh, well, it happens. You can't be right all the time. Wow, what a rollover. I'm not sure. Sorry, Mo. Well, thank you. I'm glad you enjoy listening. But just so you know, Mo, I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to Mo Trades Futures. That's who I'm talking to. I did not realize we had two Mo's in here. All right, there we go, Mo. There you go. You're long at 120. Very good. Your stop loss is 20 points. So your stop loss, okay. Your stop loss is basically right here then, if it's 20 points. Gotcha. There you go, Mo. Thank you. Appreciate that. Now we can see what happens. You gave it basically right when it happened, so we'll see how it goes. Even if you're wrong, totally fine. Like I said, being wrong is part of being a trader. So yeah, down here is basically Mo's stop loss. If he got in at 20 and it's okay, yeah, his stop loss is right there. There. Okay. Come on. Oh, come on. Stay away from that yellow line. Don't stop out Mo. Don't do it. You dirty scoundrel. Don't do it. Don't do this to Mo. Not like this. Not like this. 20-point stop, kind of brutal. Not like this. Okay, okay, Mo's, he's hanging, he's trying to fight. Again, this is the Mo line. That's Mo's stop. Not like this. No. Uh-oh. No! Okay, yeah, bounce. Bounce from there. No. Uh-oh. Mo, you're hanging in by the skin of your teeth. Oh, boy, Mo. Hey, okay, Mo. Okay, okay. Uh-oh. No. Oh, good try, Mo. It happens. It happens, buddy. Appreciate you having the courage to throw it out there. But it happens. What's the lowest amount I can start with? The lowest amount you can start with, assuming you're doing Pam's plant and you're using the prop firm that I use and recommend, and assuming you're using code Clay, so that you get the 40% off. The lowest you would need is $90. So per your question, the lowest amount needed, 90. I'm still in, guys. Okay, so now you're just a degenerate. That's not honoring trade plan. See, that's why we like to know those numbers. Because now we know, like, okay, so now you're just holding and hoping. Gotcha. So even if this trade works out for you, Mo, I would submit to you it's a failed trade miserably because you are building bad habits. You are getting bad habits reinforced. Fed says they will be actively patient with cuts. Good. And Mo is just getting destroyed that much more. Oh, Mo. Good grief, Mo. That's why you got to honor those stop losses. I think in all actuality, Mo, his stop loss is the account itself. I would assume that's Mo's stop loss is I either blow up the account or I have a winning trade. I think that's probably what Mo's actually doing here. See, that's why we like the numbers up front. Because now Mo can't hide behind hindsight. That's the power of having numbers up front. Again, Mo, I say this with all due respect, even if this is a winning trade, all the market is doing is reinforcing bad habits. And eventually one of those bad habits is going to bite you real bad. You are holding and hoping. And as any veteran here can tell you, holding and hoping will eventually punch you in the face pretty hard. And I raise my hand too. Man, I lost track of that support area down there at 085. Duh. Again, that's why I like the live stream. Because if you remember, we had this conversation probably about an hour ago. Somebody said that 23,100 was the support, and I was like, I don't know if I'd call that the support. I like 23,085. And that's essentially right where it bounced off of. The power of charts. Big movement here, though. What just happened? I guess the Fed said something, Jaboni? Yeah, Ahmed, what's your point? What's your point, Ahmed? You're getting very close to, I'm not sure what. Yes. Are you going to tell me the sky is blue next? Say off that $90 you pay, what's the profit like? And if you do more, does profit and loss go? I don't know about you do more. What's the, right here, this is the profit. Once you pass and get into your pro accounts, you keep, so in the pro, you keep 80% of your gains. In the pro plus, you keep 90% of your gains. So that's, That's what the profit's like. I don't know if I'm answering that the right way. And if you do more, does profit and loss go up? I'm not quite sure what you mean by that. If you do more, does profit and loss go up? Did I not get that either? All right, I'm trying to get an ATM order to work out actually profitable, but I've been unsuccessful so far. So again, watching an ATM order in the works here. I got filled, and then automatically that green line showed up as my target. Pay the higher sub or plan. Yeah, well, the more you pay, the more purchasing power you get, the more they'll allow you to lose before they take the account away from you. So that's what you're getting the more you pay. See if this thing wants to come down a little bit more. There we go. Hey, look at that. We are green. From, I think at one point, I don't know, what was that? At one point in the live stream, I might be lying here, so you can go back and hold me accountable. I think that was down 266. So, nice comeback. I might be interested in another short, though. Yeah, like I said, again, right here, Crazy Chris. So if you go with the 25K for 90, you can lose as much as 1,500. But if you go with, I'll just go with the other extreme. If you go with 150K, so for $216 that would cost you, you could lose up to 4,500. So that's one of the things where not only are you getting more purchasing power, but you're getting more leeway in terms of drawdown. Drawdown is, in other words, just the amount you're allowed to lose before you would technically fail, and that the prop firm would take the account away from you. But again, if you're to lose 4,500, that's not $4,500 out of your pocket. Out of your pocket would only be the 216 because, again, that is what you paid to buy the account. Or if you do the 25K, it would be $90 out of your pocket. So hopefully that makes sense. So you'd enter here. I was thinking about entering here from the short side, but I guess I kind of missed it. But yeah, if anybody was getting short here, stop up above here, I would not call you crazy at all. I was up 780% yesterday evening, but then the market did a spike against me, and the auto liquidate drawdown activated because it was such a large drop. I'm not saying you're anything wrong there, Jeff, but why are you waiting until the end of the week? And I only ask that because remember, there is the 5-day test period. So even if you don't make any trades, sometimes people are like, well, I just want to get the clock rolling on the 5 days. So even if you're like, I'm not going to make any serious trades until then, if you started the account today, then you could get, well, I guess Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. So you could get 3 days. You could get 3 of the 5 under your belt. How come you chose NQ as your instrument of choice when starting? Because NQs move the best, in my opinion. I want volatility, I want movement, and in my mind, those give the best volatility and the best movement. Well, congrats if you took that short. Let's see if it can push down through that level right there. Again, that's not to say a lot of people trade ES. That's fine. But yeah, I think either NQ or ES are a good place to start. For some reason, well, some people are just in the cult of like gold. So they're like, well, I'll do futures, but I'm still only going to do gold futures. It's like, why? Other things move better than gold futures. I got to wait for the initial account fee. Gotcha. Okay, yeah. Like I said, just something to consider, Jeff, is, if you want to get the clock ticking on your 5 days, you don't even have to really, quote unquote, make serious trades. You could just quick do a flip trade and at least you lock in a day. What is the juiciest stock you ever trading, sir? I don't know, man. That seems like a weird question. When you're asking about juiciest, what's the juiciest stock? I don't know what you mean by juiciest. They all go through their phases. Yeah, bubblegum. There we go. Bubblegum is the juiciest stock I've ever traded. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, stainless steel muffler. Good old thing. I'm still waiting to get rich on that one. I've been waiting for almost 20 years. Orange orangutan meat. It's got to be spicy though. Tesla during its initial bull run was pretty crazy. Oh, I mean like craziest stocks. I mean for those ones you probably got to go to either GME or AMC. Before then, TLRY was a big one. And then there were some absolutely monster penny stock moves back in the day. I don't remember any of those though off the top of my head. SPN. Okay, here we go. Does anybody remember this ticker symbol? SPNG. Anybody? SPNG. Anybody remember that one? HKD, that was pretty crazy. Yep. SPNG. Does anybody remember that one? You're going to have to be a bit of an old timer to remember SPNG. SPNG. It's probably not even a chart anymore. SPNG. Oh yeah, that's long gone. Yeah. All right. Yeah, not even a chart for it anymore. No. Yeah, that's not. Nobody. Wow. All right. So we don't have any. We don't have any really old timers. Or SPNG was a penny stock turned into a massive cult stock. I'm pretty sure everybody got arrested with it because it was ultimately a scam. I think. No. Here. Okay. Here. Oh, what was that one? Oh no. Somebody used to always come here and pump it, and it had massive reverse splits. I don't remember what it was though now. But for the person that doesn't understand reverse splits, it would have you thinking that at one point, the share price was like $14 billion. Oh, what was that? I had to ban the guy because he would not listen. He'd constantly come here and pump that garbage stock. Does anybody remember? Dice, you're out. Mindspring. I don't remember Mindspring. Oh, yeah, shipping stocks. Yeah, they went on big runs too. Yeah, like Dries. I remember Dries was pretty crazy. Are they even around anymore? Dry Ships, I think. What was it? Dry Ships, yeah. What? They're gone too? Oh my goodness. Yeah, TLRY, like I said, this was one of the marijuana stocks though. I remember this one was crazy. Went from I think because of reverse splits. But yeah, but the thing is, all these stocks that look like they're crazy, they're actually not. They're low floats, micro caps, small caps. I know they have your reputations of being really big movers, but seriously, Pam's Plant, day trading futures through a prop firms makes them look silly. It makes it look just mathematically really, really dumb. And that's why I love because whenever it's like, well, I trade small caps and low floats and they move huge. And it's like, yeah, they do move huge. But actually, you could be making more money with way less risk by using Pam's Plant, day trading futures through a prop firm. And I've shown. And again, the great thing about Pam's Plant is it's all like my claims are not just like based out of emotion. Like I can sit here and walk you through the math and show you the logic, right? Because that's what math is. Math is logic. Oh yeah, Tops. That was a big one too. I don't know if that's still around or not. All right, I am thinking about, interested in potentially a short right here. Let's see, though. Don't understand why you'd call someone a degen for readjusting their stop. Because, okay. I post all my payouts on my Instagram. I've taken 10 game payouts this month. Yeah. I mean, good for you, Mo. Good for you. But, like, you can justify it any way you want. But you totally gave us numbers, had the thing flush against you, and yeah, it came back up. But that's, like, surely you're not going to say that. Again, come on. Come on, that's the oldest trick in the book. I was adjusting my, okay, let me ask this. Who has been here? And again, I've been here. That's how I know how this feels. Okay, so Mo says, well, I'm just adjusting my stop loss. Okay, fine. So here's original stop loss. Well, I'm just adjusting it. So let's just adjust it right here. And then the price. So we'll let this green will represent the price. So then the price gets right here. Wait a second. Whoops. I need to adjust it. So then all of a sudden you adjust your stop loss down here. And then the price does this. Okay, wait a second. Let me just say it with me. Adjust my stop loss. And then it's down here. Right? Has anybody, give me a 5. Have you ever done that game where you justify it by using, of course you're not going to turn yourself, I'm a degen right now. You're going to justify it by using cool sounding language. Let me just adjust it. Give me a 5. I'm giving it a 5. I've done this. More than 5 times too. Yeah, I mean, sure, fine, you adjusted it, but again, I wonder how many more times you would adjusted it. But I mean, I'm glad it worked out. I'm glad you're getting payouts. But all I'm saying is that those sorts of habits are not the wisest. Now, to be fair to Mo, it sounds like he's in prop accounts. So again, that is the big differentiator. Where even in prop accounts, if you do adjust and blow up, okay, that's a couple $100 out of your pocket. But like when I grew up, again, here it comes me, being the old man. But like before prop firms and all that sort of stuff, like if you played that game of, well, I'm just adjusting my stop loss, like that could literally be thousands upon thousands of dollars of your own money gone. So I do want to be fair to Mo within the context. Again, it's still a bad habit, but it's not nearly as dangerous of a habit as what it would be outside of a prop firm. Again, in my time, and for all of you old, crusty people in the chat room, in our time when we had to walk to school, uphill both ways, like adjusting stop loss, justification in your mind, that could have literally cost you lots and lots and lots of your own money. So I don't want to be too harsh on Mo. At least he's behaving badly in a prop firm account where, worst case, he does blow the account, so he's out a couple $100 at most. But yes, that is what degens do, and I've been a degen, right? A degen is like, I'm not going to honor my stop. I'm going to adjust it. Oh, okay, let me adjust it again. Like you've lost your mind. But hey, we've all had our degen moments. But again, I want to be fair because this is also, again, illustrates the power of prop firms. Within a prop firm setting, it's not nearly as bad because worst case, you keep adjusting into oblivion and your account's gone. Well, in all actuality, you're out a couple $100 from your wallet. I don't adjust my stop. I just hold and hope. You know what? If you're doing it, Big D, I hope if that's the case, fair enough. Just please do it in a prop firm. Please just do it in a prop firm. That's all I ask. That is the power of the prop firm and why you get that added risk control, because it does protect your money. So if you go in a full-blown degen mode, which I've been, instead of losing thousands upon thousands of dollars of your own money, which unfortunately for me, I've had multiple times over the years. But now, uh-oh. There it is. I just lost the monitor, but it's back. I was kind of putzing. I did kind of kick a cord. Did I not? All right. We're okay. It's back. Okay. All right. Watch out for the 320. Watch out for the 320. What are we talking? What, three? Like time? Is there something at 320, Jim? Wobberdobber, there's the trade plan. Trying to short from 102.50. Oh, that's true. That's true. I guess. Wow, we're almost at 4.5 hours. I guess. I don't know. We've had some good conversations. So good conversations. Last 3 weeks there has been a jump at 320. Oh, really? All right. Well, let's see what happens at 320. We're 2 minutes away, so we might as well see if there's some sort of jump at 320. Yeah, Mo. Exactly. It's a bad habit. It's a bad behavior. Any way you slice it. But the degree to which it is a bad behavior is certainly way more under control within a prop firm. Absolutely, Mo. That's why you're being smart in that regard. I mean, heck, even sometimes right now, I still say I'm gonna FOMO, but I say I'm gonna FOMO wisely. What makes it wise? Well, because it's in a prop firm, it's an MNQ, and it's usually just one MNQ. So yes, if you're from that angle, it's still a bad habit. Again, it's still being a degen. I'm not, and we've all been there. But it's not the same as being a degen bad habit when all of your own money is at risk, and where that $5,000 loss is literally $5,000 of your own money. Whereas in the prop firm world, I lost my account. How much of that actually cost me of my personal money? A couple $100 at most. Okay, we are 1 minute away from Jim's proclaimed 320 spike. He guarantees big movement. All right, Jim. Should we ban Jim if there's no big spike at 11:20 or at 3:20? Jim is a mod, therefore he's a scumbag. Do we ban him? Okay, Jim. I expect big movements. You said guaranteed. Big movements coming. Okay, we got 10 seconds. We got less than 10. All right, Jim. Moment of truth and justice right here. Here we go. $320. Big movement. Maybe I have a delay? Does anybody have a big movement? I think I have platform issues right now. I'm not seeing any big movements. But I don't know. Maybe it's my internet. Can anybody confirm or deny that it's my internet? Kind sir, can I ask you if my CFD trading skills and candle patterns... Good question, yeah. Yep. If you use charts on CFDs, a chart is a chart in futures. So if you like bull flags, for example, in CFDs, guess what? Bull flags exist in futures. If you like playing, cup and handle patterns, guess what? Cup and handle patterns exist in futures. That takes some nerve. That takes some nerve to guarantee big movement at a random time. And then it just, I don't know. It's unbelievable. Some people have nerves. Some people have quite the gall. I like Jim because he called me out for my Juck tail. Yeah, he's actually, I know him in real life. He's quite, actually, to give a shout out to Jim, when I was in Michigan, because he took me to the airport, he borrowed my truck for the week. He did return it with an oil change. Clean. My kids were commenting, why is the back seat so clean? Did Mr., I won't say your last name, did Mr. Jim's last name clean this? I said, I think he must have. So if you're looking to let somebody borrow your car and then get your car back in better shape than which you lent it, he's not too bad in that regard. In other regards, as we just witnessed, a total scumbag. Now, do you think I should start with something like NinjaTrader or TradingView? That's all personal preference. I use Tradovate, but yeah. So I use Tradovate again through Take Profit Trader. So on that note, if you are wondering which prop firms are you put your name behind, are you recommending? I always say no matter what category of prop firm trader you are, whether you're a beginner, intermediate, or advanced, then I think Take Profit Trader is the must use because I think they're the best in the industry, best payment policy. They allow you to pass accounts and then store them at no extra fees, which we talked about earlier. So Take Profit Trader, they have a very clean set of rules. Best payment policy, you can request payments every single day in any amount you want after you get to the pro accounts. Now, after you've kind of established yourself as a prop firm trader and you want to expand the empire, get more accounts with other prop firms. And yeah, I've Apex. They're kind of the granddaddy of them all. They've paid out millions of dollars, all that sort of stuff, but they're definitely not beginner friendly. So if you are a beginner to the prop firm world, do not start off with Apex. Make sure to start off with Take Profit Trader. Again, you're going to have a much smoother experience, clean set of rules, great payment policy, and all that. And then again, if you do want to support the live stream, support the channel, use code Clay. That'll also, you benefit from it too, because you'll get the current discounts that, whatever are being run. But also it is a way to support the channel. And as I say, and will continue to say, just from a business transparency standpoint, I have 6 kids. They need to be fed, so you got to use code Clay. No, but I have 6 kids. So as a father, as a husband, if I'm going to pour, 4.5 hours out of my day to come hang out with people on the internet, it does need to be worth my time. As much as I enjoy it, there is that business component where it needs to be worth my time. So in any way, shape, or form, if you enjoy this, if you would like to help the live stream continue, and you are in the prop firm world, or you want to enter the prop firm world, then you can help influence, the podcast or the live stream by making it worth my time by using code Clay, which again, you do get a promotion. You do get the discounted pricing. So it's not like you don't get anything from code Clay. You are benefiting from it too. But like I said, I can't really be any more transparent than that. This does, at the bottom line, it needs to be worth my time if I'm going to take this time away from my, family and all that sort of stuff. So like I said, maybe that's a little too transparent, but there is that very real life, very business life component to it. So use code Clay at checkout. And then also as a reminder, if you are maybe not necessarily new, but I am offering a free class this Thursday. So I'll put a link in here. Free webinar. If I could spell webinar. You can check that out right there. That'll be this Thursday at 8 p.m. Eastern time. So I'm going to go ahead and call it good. Again, on your way out, if you don't mind hitting that like button, be sure to subscribe and turn on notifications. Sometimes I'll hop on randomly. Usually I'm always here at 11 a.m. Eastern anyways, but sometimes I'll just hop on a weekend or, maybe a little early. So by subscribing, turn on notifications, you will be notified of that. So thank you for hanging out as always. And again, if you're with Take Profit Trader or Apex, or you're thinking about using either of them and you want to support the live stream, you want to get the current promotions that are being given, then use code Clay. Can you do another session? Yeah. Or just sign up anyways, crazy, Chris, because the recording will be sent out anyways. So everybody, thank you for being here, and I'll see you back. If I could find, I'll see you guys back tomorrow. But thanks for hanging out.